what did she tell you?
She kept coming up different stories and different lies.
Okay. Well, what was she telling you?
First, it was Ethan had her. First, let me back up. I'm sorry. Hunter's mom was watching her. And then she come off with Ethan had her. And after it went on for a while, I said, I'm going to do something about this. Well, she told me that Ethan wouldn't give her back. I said, hey, let's go get an attorney. I said, he can see his daughter, but I said, he's not taking her.
Okay. What did she say when you told her that?
I can't remember exact words. She said, Dad, give me a day or two or something. She said, I'll get her something. And just lie after lie.
Okay. Any point in time did you ever see Evelyn?
No. Last time I seen her was on Thanksgiving, sir.
Okay. So at some point, did you make an ultimatum to Megan about seeing your granddaughter?
Yeah. I told her and I told her mom.
Okay. What did you tell her?
It was on a weekend. Oh, excuse me. I said, come Monday morning, which I told this to her mom. I said, come high hell water. I said, I'm going to get on the phone. I said, I'm going to find my granddaughter. I said, I don't care what I got to do. I said, I want to know what's going on. I said, enough's enough. And that's when I got on the phone and made the phone call.
All right.
That Monday morning.
All right. And did you talk with, who did you talk with?
I don't know. I can't remember all of their names.
Okay. Was it somebody at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Department of Children's Services?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I just told them, I told you I hadn't seen my granddaughter and I was worried about her.
Did you tell them how long it had been since you'd seen
Yeah.
your granddaughter? Okay.
And then I think they got me in touch with that Miss Constance, said her name.
Okay. Well, I can't answer questions from you, Mr.
Oh, well, I'm
Boswell.
sorry,
So
but I
if you
can't remember
that's
everybody's
fine. If
name.
you don't, that's fine as well.
I think that's her name, Miss Constance.
Okay.
I'm saying it right.
And Constance, does she work at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to her about, again,
Yeah,
the fact that you had not seen Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What happened after you made this report to the Department of Children's Services?
It wasn't long. The detectives was up there, best I can remember.
All right. So after you reported, then you start meeting law enforcement officers
Yes,
come to talk to you.
Yep.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them?
I 100%.
All right.
100%. Whatever they needed done or searched or done, I give them permission to do anything.
All right. Did they come out there to your place, your property out there on
Yes,
Muddy
sir.
Creek?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, this was sometime in February of 2020. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you keep up? Obviously, at that point in time, you realized something is going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, as time went on, continue to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement? Talk to them about what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in touch with them?
Oh, yeah. We stayed in touch.
All right. Now, do you remember on March the 6th of 2020, calling the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the reason that you called them on that day?
Me and Ashley was talking. Her and Megan used to switch phones all the time.
Okay. Hold on. If you could, I think Mr. Scott had trouble hearing what you said.
Trouble hearing the person's name.
If you could start over and repeat what you just said.
About Ashley and her switching phones.
Well,
Which part?
I think the beginning part of it.
When I called TBI?
Yes.
Okay, well, before that, me and Ashley was talking.
Okay.
They used to switch their phones all the time.
Okay. When you say they, are you talking about
But Megan and
Ashley?
Ashley, they'd
Okay.
switch their iPhones and trade backwards and forwards.
Okay.
And I told Ashley, I said, call that TBI guy back and tell him he can have that phone. There might be something on that phone. Because I prayed and prayed and done everything I could to help them. And they come back and got the phone.
Okay.
When they got the phone, they got to the gate and I asked Ashley, I said, what about that stuff Megan put in down there in Dad's building? She said, I don't know. I said, call them back and tell them to go down there and look in it.
All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again? Sorry, Judge. All right. Mr. Boswell, you see Exhibit 6, what's been previously introduced, Exhibit 6 again?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's a laser pointer right there when you're standing up on your stand, witness stand right there.
This?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you push the button, can you describe a vehicle being backed up next to the shed? Can you on there point where?
This one right here.
Okay. You've indicated on there what's
right there. It's got a roll up door.
All right. That's the one directly below what's listed as residence.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so after you showed that to the law enforcement?
We went down there, I rolled the door up. There's a pile full of stuff. And as I was walking away, I saw there's her playhouse back her dad had built for her. They said, can we look at that? I said, do what you need to do.
Okay. Let's back up just a second. When you rolled the door up to the shed,
Mm-hmm.
all right, you saw stuff in there.
Just clothes and miscellaneous stuff like
All
that.
Had you at any time in the months leading up to that been in that shed at all, or had anybody been in that shed to your knowledge?
That one there where her clothes are at, yeah, sometimes we're in and out that one because we got some stuff we keep in there.
Okay. All right. So after you look in that building, where do you take law enforcement, or where do you?
I showed them where to. Let me show you on the thing.
Yes, if you don't care.
See. I can't really see it from here. It's right there.
Okay. Is that what's been
That-
marked as the playhouse?
Playhouse.
All right.
Yeah. As I was walking away, I said, that's the playhouse my dad had built for Megan.
All right. And when was that built for Megan?
See, we moved there in 03, probably around 04, 05.
Okay.
He built a barn, and when he got done building the barn, he had some leftover lumber, and he built a playhouse out of it.
All right. And that was built just for Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else ever use it or play in it? Or
As far as I know, no.
Okay. And again, in the months leading up to sheriff's office showing up there, had anybody been in that playhouse?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. All right. Your property, Mr. Boswell,
Mhm.
in order to get onto the property, is there any gates or?
Yeah, I got a
anything?
fence and a gate.
Okay. And what do you have to do in order to get past that
It's
gate?
like a key fob, remote control. You just push it and the gate opens.
Okay. And if you don't have the key fob, you can't open the gate.
No, but you can walk around it.
Okay. You can't drive. You can't
No,
drive.
no. There's no way you get on my property.
Okay.
No,
Did
gate ain't open.
did Megan have a key fob?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she could get onto the property if she wanted to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever give a key fob to Hunter?
No,
Okay. Did you ever see Hunter up on your property without Megan?
no.
Mr. Boswell, do you remember giving permission? I know you said you cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
You remember giving permission to the sheriff's office to film the entrance to your property with the drone to show the location of that gate and where the shed and playhouse were?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing that drone footage prior to coming into court here today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that that footage accurately show the location of where your gate was, the trailer on the property, as well as the shed? Playhouse?
Yes, sir. Nothing's changed.
Judge, there's a video drone footage that Mr. Boswell has identified. I'm going to move to make that an exhibit, and we'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Any objection? So, the full exhibit number 48. You just want to let, yeah, you did something. I mean, I don't think you did it just before you stood at the window. Hold on.
With that,
Yeah, I can see it.
I tell you what to do.
Judge, I think I'm just going to.
I tell you, I'm going to turn the signal. Let's see if that helps. Hold on just a second.
Mr. Boswell, in the video that was shown, the trailer was labeled Omami's residence.
Yeah, that's right.
Just so we're clear, the jury doesn't get confused. Omami,
Yeah.
What? Who is that, or what?
That's
is that?
my mom.
Okay. Is that a nickname that?
Yeah,
Megan
it's a
had?
nickname
Okay.
we all just start calling her.
Okay. And so that's where she lived.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Boswell, at any point in time, did you ever see, or did Megan ever come up to your property with Hunter and have Evelyn with her?
No. Not that I can remember of, no.
Okay.
Because the last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Mr. Boswell, one other thing that was shown in the drone footage there,
Mhm.
there was a camper that was sitting in front of the trailer. That camper was not sitting there
No,
back
no,
in 2020.
no.
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. But everything else as far as
Everything else is actually the same.
positions to the buildings.
Yeah, other than camp.
Okay, that was accurate. Thank you, Mr. Boswell. If you would answer
Okay,
your
you're welcome.
questions, Mr. Scott, that's fine.
Can I get some water, please? Something to drink.
Tell you what, before you start, let's take our morning break. We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
One stand, please.
Okay.
Maybe seated, but
Mr. Boswell,
Mhm,
during
yes,
this
sir.
break, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you.
Okay,
You can step down. We'll get you a ball.
okay, thank you.
15 minutes.
Judge, just so the court's aware.
What do you guys think so far?
I feel horrible for her father.
Oh,
100%.
wasn't that was so sad. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Like I said, he lost his daughter and his grandbaby all in one shot. And
Right, right.
Grant, no matter what she did, that's still his child. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the reason he didn't check in that playhouse isn't because he was being devious. It's because I think that he thought, man, I can't find my deceased
Yep.
granddaughter in there. I just couldn't. And I don't know that I would. I mean,
I
I mean, a
agree.
person knows what they can handle. So I don't know.
I agree. I mean, think about that. I couldn't handle something like that. There's no way in hell. I would
Oh
probably
God.
avoid it myself and ask them to come look.
Well, who am I kidding? I would have to because I would want to try to get her out of there, but I would have them on the way. And plus, you don't want to go in there and fool with anything because what if that, you don't want to be accused, especially if you're trying to save your granddaughter.
Yeah. Very true.
So it
Very
could go
true.
either way.
The fact that when he mentioned that he saw the car backed up there, I think he had an idea at that point.
Yeah, and I think originally the way they had put this out was he was thinking about areas they hadn't searched, and then he went to take care of his mother, and his mother had said that she was back there at that playhouse at some point. So I
Right.
think he probably laid down one night and thought, you know what, I gotta call him.
Uh-huh. Good morning, Cassie. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Doodle. That just this guy's breaking my heart though. You can just see the pain in his face, you know?
Yeah, and he has to sit there and he's looking at his daughter. I mean, of all
Mm-hmm.
things, he has to look at her and he's just going through so much.
And why did you do this? You know, that's where I'd be
Right,
with this.
right.
Like because this is
Oh
not
yeah,
he seems pretty put together. It's just sad, it is.
of course. I mean, not only has he has lost his daughter and his granddaughter.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. Welcome, Mama Bear.
Hi.
Aw,
You
listen to
feeling
you.
any better at all? You don't sound good.
It's just a lot of snot. Lots
She's
of
all
snot.
stuffed up.
Lots of snot.
Oh,
Nothing has
oh.
drained into your lungs.
No, it's full
Ugh.
wide open faucet out of my nose.
Well, at least it's not in your lungs. That's a good thing.
Keep
Yeah.
it out of your lungs, yeah. What time did they start, Doodle?
I think they take like 15 minutes, I believe, for a potty break, 15 or 20 minutes.
No, what time did they start this morning? I mean, I know that you said
Oh,
they started earlier.
they started a little bit early because, well, I know that Court TV had it for 7:30, so I went ahead and got down here. Well, they were live at 7:30, but they were just discussing like the day. But I didn't want to
Oh,
miss anything, so I just did that. So you guys really didn't miss anything. I was just being like super cautious. I didn't want to miss anything. I'm an early bird.
I would have been here earlier. I had a telemed appointment I had to hit, and I was right at the end of that when you messaged me. I'm like, oh, shoot, okay, I'm coming.
I have this
It's,
thing like I can never be late. I always have to be early. I don't know.
I
I'm
get it.
weird, but y'all
I
know
get
that.
it. Nothing wrong with that.
Welcome, Cassie. Thank you for joining us, Tomboy.
You feeling better, Cassie? We got hammered with an ice storm last night.
Did you? How much did you get?
Everything's froze solid. Everything. The trees are dripping. It rained. It was raining when I was doing my live last night, and everything froze solid. My trees look like crystal.
Cassie,
Did you
that's what
guys-
I have is a CRV, and those things they go everywhere. I promise, everywhere.
Did you guys get the thunder and lightning?
Yeah, a little bit of it. It was weird. Very
We got
weird.
that. It must not have froze here. It
Well-
looked like it was going to. There's a big old pink thing going across the radar last night when I went to bed, but
We're under I have been since about 3 yesterday afternoon. Winter weather. One more time, winter weather advisory. Okay, and Caden, of course, is like, oh, there's not going to be school tomorrow. I said I wouldn't bet on it. You had a whole bunch of snow days already that you probably shouldn't have had. I said they only get so many allotted to them. Oh, I bet you're wrong. So he wakes up at 5:30, set his alarm, turned the TV on, and I was like, oh, gee, dude, sorry. He was so pissed off. It was hilarious. I said, you got to go, bro. Bye-bye. Are you serious? Oh, my God. And then poor kid, I felt bad. He slipped in the driveway because my driveway is a complete solid sheet of ice. And he
Morning,
was
Brandy.
holding-
Thanks for joining us.
Morning, Brandy. He was holding his guitar because he takes that in on his study halls and they let him play. Actually, I think they want him to play so they can be entertained. And he almost dropped the guitar. He was holding that up over his head and hit the ground. I'm like, Jesus, kid. He's all right, though. How's your mom, Cass? I haven't seen her in a couple of days. She doing all right? Yeah, that was weird. The thunder and lightning with the snow and stuff. It's like, Jesus. End of the
yeah,
world
it really
snowstorm.
was. I was out walking Ghost, and all of a sudden, a big old clap of thunder, and it was the first one I had heard all day.
Right.
And I was like, holy crap. And then it just downpoured on me in Ghost. And I was like,
Yeah.
you got to be kidding me.
And it was cold.
Because that's headed my way, isn't it? Because I have
Mhm.
storms coming, so great.
Yeah.
Y'all keep
Well,
it.
be careful because if it gets the freezy thing like we got, we're locked down, solid ice everywhere. Every bit of that rain froze.
Oh, well, around here, it's like if it even talks about snow, it seems like the school cancels. And it's like, I remember going to school with snow, like not up to my knees. I'm not going to lie. But I mean, I remember it being up over my boots, my snow boots. So, but I was a little kid. But I still went to school. Now they even call for snow. And it's like, oh, no.
Our
Cass
school
and
didn't
I
cancel
love.
for anything.
Yeah. And I love snow days with Preston. It's so funny.
Cassie finally got her snow, it looks like, and they're getting more. Good. Keep it. Take it all.
Cassie's going to be
Yeah.
out there like a dog with worms. She's going to have her butt scooting across the yard in the snow. Yay!
You're right. It storms here whenever we get ice storm. Yeah. That's the first time I've seen that, I think, with the thunder and lightning. I've heard rumbles of thunder, but never the lightning.
Ooh,
It was
thunder
weird.
snow always brings at least 6 inches of snow.
Thunder
I love
snow.
thunder snow. It's great. Look at Cash. She's like, heck yeah, I am, Doodle.
Oh, crud my ass, tomboy. Rub it in. Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
Scoot, scoot.
She said, well, crud, it's going to be 85. Yeah, whatever.
85 is hot for me. I'm
is hot.
fluffy, man. I melt like bacon and I cook like bacon in a skillet. 85 is too much for me. I like in the 70s.
75 and sunny with no humidity. I'm perfectly happy.
Wisdom. She's at 79 already.
Keep rubbing it in, guys. Keep rubbing it in.
Yeah. We are at 29 right now. So
I think it's 19 or 18. It
Oh,
was this morning.
Lord. Keep your butt
It's
inside.
actually 36.
I would not leave my house. 36.
Yeah,
That's not. It's still cold, but not like crazy. Burn your nose. You shouldn't even be going outside, Mama Bear. My goodness. But I bet you
will
can
be.
breathe better though outside.
We didn't have many.
We'll see. I got to
closures at
walk
all.
the dog later, so we'll see what happens.
You
Or
mean the
dog's
dog
gonna
has to
walk
walk
you
you?
later.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, we all know how that dog walks her.
Yeah.
She says
Same
she
way with
walks-
Wisdom. Wisdom, like we'll be talking, and she's like, "Oh, I gotta walk my horse." I'm thinking, "No, the horse has got to walk you."
I can just imagine that dog dragging her down the street.
Oh, I doubt
bet-
it because I bet Wisdom's like, "You better stop, fella."
If he listens to her, he probably does. I
Come
would.
on now, we know
She's a-
Wisdom. We all
she's
know
intimi-
better than to
Yeah,
not.
she's intimidating. Believe it, as sweet and small as she is, she's intimidating. I tell you that much. How big is your dog, Sherry? What is he? I think I remember seeing a picture of him once, but he's big, isn't he? I saw a kid being pulled by their St. Bernard. That's cute.
That's funny.
He listened. I bet he does, especially to you. I would, like I said. The kid was on a sled. The mom was walking the sled. They had an extra leash attached to this. Oh, that's cute. Oh, a pit. Okay.
They're about the same size probably as Ghost.
I
They're
think he's
they're
still
strong.
small. 160. Yeah, that's a big dog.
Oh,
That
that's
is
a
a
big
horse.
pit. Good Lord.
Yeah, he's a big boy. I seen a picture of him once. I thought he was pretty good sized. And I got my 2 little ankle biters.
Oh yeah, I got
Ooh.
that one little underbite, ankle biter humper. I don't know what
Yeah.
to do with him.
I got 2 humpers. Milo's really been getting into it lately. He's been humping the hell out of poor Alfie's head.
Oh,
Straddling
Get
his
him,
head,
Milo. Hey,
teabagging
Milo
him
was
and
there
everything.
first.
Yeah, that's how I think he does it. Truly.
It is. He's like, "Hey, you're mine now. Come here."
I bet he's a bodyguard. He's a big boy.
yeah.
How's your other oh Lord. Your other kitty, Mama Bear?
Groucho.
Yeah.
It's about I'm waiting about any time now.
Really?
Oh,
Good Lord.
He just kind of looks off into space. His breathing's gotten really slow. He can't
I'm
walk.
sorry. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
How's Bean? Does he act any
Be-
different now?
No, still an ass. Yeah, if I let Ghost in, because Echo keeps Groucho in her room, and if I let Ghost in there, he'll go up there and he'll lay on the bed by Groucho and kind of sniff him and check on him.
Till Groucho smacks him, right?
Well, he used to, yeah. But they were buddies. They would play.
Oh. Yeah, that reminds me of Oscar and oh my God, what is my cat's name? Oliver. Good Lord, shame on me. Yeah, that, and at the end of when Oscar passed, that last little interaction they had just broke my heart. It was
Yeah.
very sad. Oh, it's freezing here. Oof.
Dago Wisdom wants you to check your DM, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone heard from Molly? I haven't heard from her since she said she may be having the one thing.
I haven't heard from her in days. I was just getting ready to
Yeah, I
ask you
haven't
that.
either. I asked Mikey and he hasn't either.
What was
I
she
know.
supposed to be doing?
She said she was sick. Remember, she had no taste and no smell.
Oh shit, that's right. The
Yeah.
Yeah, and I haven't heard from her in days.
I'm about to try now.
Okay.
Yeah, good Lord, Wisdom. The dog's bigger than you. I knew he was big, but shit, that's a big one. He's like twice the size of Ghost, Mama Bear.
He'd have to be, because Ghost is only like 50 pounds.
Or maybe it's, yeah, 3 times. He's even got a big head. He's beautiful, but Lord, he's big.
Yeah, Norma, I had one like that too one time, and yeah, she got really angry if you tried to take her humping whatever away from her, or pillow or stuffed animal. It was terrible. Okay, guys, I think they're bringing her back in.
All right.
Okay,
I
look.
just sent Molly some messages. We'll see if she responds. I hope she's all right.
Okay.
It's weird not to hear from her for a couple days.
Yeah, I didn't know it'd been that long.
It's been like 3 for me.
Boswell, 2 felony convictions. They are dated,
Hey, Zelda.
they're dated 9/24/2014. They're entered, I guess, 10/1/14, so that would be the working date the judgments were entered against him. One is for, sorry, I had the wrong judgments. I separated. Let me start over with that. I propose to impeach him with 2 felony convictions, one from aggravated assault, judgment entered 12/11/14, and one for kidnapping, entered 10/1/14. Obviously, those are over the 10-year time limit, but I would suggest that the court, given that the delay in this trial caused in large part because of COVID. This started in COVID, and if you'll remember, when this started, I think the court was trying no cases. And I think the docket really, nothing was being tried for several months there afterward. Ms. Boswell did have a counsel change, but as I recall, I came in on the first date. I set this trial date and never asked for another continuance. My approach?
Yeah.
Thank you, Zelda.
Well, Judge, that is outside the 10-year
Well-
time period.
Here's the time period. Evidence of the conviction of this rule is not admissible if a period of more than 10 years has elapsed between the date of release from confinement and commencement of the action or prosecution. If the witness was not confined, the 10-year period is measured from the day of conviction rather than release. It looks to me like the prosecution was commenced February 25th, 2020. Right? That's when the affidavit of complaint was signed. And that would be the commencement of the action.
Yes.
So 10 years from 12/11/14 will be 12/11/24.
Yes.
Basic math. That means that for purposes of Rule 609, it's within the 10-year period. Because it says he got straight probation, so there was no period of confinement. So you go from the date of conviction. Well, the judge signed it on 12/11/14. Sentence was imposed on 12/9/14. So 2/25/2020 is within the 10 years. Generally, you following my logic?
Yes, sir.
So these are both felony convictions. They appear to fall within 10 years as contemplated by Rule 609A, B. So you'll be allowed to ask about this.
Thanks.
Now, I do expect you to follow 609. You ask him, if he says yes, that's the end of it. If he says no, then we can move from there.
Yes. Just so I'm clear, I can ask about each offense. I can ask if you're convicted of kidnapping on this date, you're convicted of aggravated assault on this date.
Yes.
Judge, do you want Mr. Boswell back in the witness stand before the jury comes in?
Now, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Did we get him a bottle of water?
I think so. Didn't you?
My wife complained last night because I looked all hunched over all the time. She's like, sit up straight. The problem is I can't see if I don't hunch over. I hunch over because it gets the distance from my reading glasses. Did you get some more?
If you don't.
Just have a seat.
All right. Yeah, I left it in the room. I didn't know to bring it back in the room.
All right. We ready to proceed, Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Jim,
Yes, sir.
if the jury's ready, we'll bring him in.
I'm gonna close this if that's okay.
That's fine.
One stand, please.
That's it.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, from the cross.
Good morning, Mr. Boswell. My name's Gene Scott. I represent your daughter.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Same better.
Understand. Got just a couple of things I want to ask you. I guess initially, you were convicted in this court of aggravated assault on December the 9th, 2014, felony offense.
What's that got to do with this case, sir?
Yes or no?
You
Yes.
answer these questions.
And likewise, you were convicted of kidnapping on 9/24/2014 in this court of a felony offense. Is that correct?
I took a plea bargain on it, yeah.
Were you convicted?
Because I took a plea bargain, I didn't take it forward. But since 2012, I've not had a speeding ticket.
Well,
Yeah.
Sir, you were convicted in 2014. You said since 2012 you haven't done anything.
2014. No, it was 2012.
I don't think this line of questions.
I wasn't convicted enough in 14.
All right, we're gonna move on.
I was not convicted enough in 14.
He he was.
Judge, we had a jury out hearing about what he could ask as far as that was concerned. Now we're
Who's
going into.
Go ahead, Mr. Continue.
Mr. Boswell, I want to ask you just a few questions to follow up on your direct examination testimony.
Yes, sir.
Initially, I'll just start going backwards. We saw that drone video of your property. When was that taken? Do you know?
He stated the date. I don't remember dates and times.
That was taken after this investigation
Yeah.
had commenced.
Yeah.
Correct. After Evelyn's body had been found, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. And talked about you have a gate
Yes, sir.
clicker, and I think you volunteered in your direct testimony that appeared on the drone video. If someone wanted to walk into that property, they just have to walk around the fence. It's not, you could walk in there.
Yeah,
easily.
you can walk in there.
It's not secured that someone couldn't walk in there.
Right.
And you said that Megan had a opener to the gate.
Yeah.
What kind of openers are those?
It's like a little key fob thing, and you stick them on your sun visor, just like your garage door opener, sort of.
Okay. And that was something she kept in her car?
Yeah.
So anyone who had her car would potentially have that. Is that reasonable?
Yep, somebody had her car.
You talked about a day that you saw Megan backed up to that yard barn with her trunk open.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her that day?
No, I was in a hurry. My boy, I think, had a seizure or something going on, and I had to get back up the hill to take care of him. But as I drove by, I seen her car backed up to that building with the door that rolled up and the trunk open, but I never seen her.
You didn't see her, just the car.
Just a car.
Also, you talked about Megan telling you at some point that Hunter's mom was babysitting Evelyn. You remember that?
Mhm.
Was Hunter present for that conversation?
No, not that I remember.
It's not that you can remember, or do you know, one way or the other?
I don't think so, sir. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't
Appreciate
think so.
Were you present for all the searches conducted by law enforcement on your property?
Most time, yeah.
How many searches were conducted on your property?
Just one, I think.
You don't recall a search on February 23rd of 20?
That's when they brought the dog out, I think.
Okay. Who brought the dog?
TBI guy, I guess. I don't know who he was.
And that was prior to Evelyn's body being found.
Yeah, that's for
And obviously, they didn't find anything that day.
no,
Did you watch them run the dog?
not really. I watched some of it. I mean,
Okay. Did you see the dog pass in proximity to the playhouse?
they was mainly concerned down in there in that bottom where it's filled in at and back like that farm
Mm-hmm.
that joins my property back around in there.
They searched the whole property, though, didn't they?
I don't think they brought the dog on top of the hill. I don't know. I didn't watch them the whole time.
You didn't watch it. You
No, when they got the dog out, that's where they were at, down there in the bottom. And then I turned around doing something else.
You talked on your direct examination about how Megan come to move out of your home.
Mhm.
There's some kind of discord, I guess, with you, her, Ashley, about the way she kept her room.
Yes, sir.
Did you kick her out, basically?
No, I didn't kick her out.
What'd you do?
She went to my mother's, and I had a trailer waiting on her that her and my soon-to-be ex-wife Ashley cleaned up and got ready for her to move into.
Now, I want to talk to you about the dollhouse. Like you're the one that suggested that to law enforcement that they should search that. that right?
How all I got started was about the phone. Me and Ashley was talking about the phone. They come and got the phone. And then me and Ashley kept talking. I said, what about that stuff Megan put down there in Dad's building? So she called them back to come back. Went down there, and as I was leaving, I saw, oh, there's the playhouse Dad had built for her too.
But just to be clear, you didn't see Megan put anything in the building. You saw her car.
I just seen her car,
Not
and the
Megan.
trunk was rats. I didn't see nobody. I
Had
was
you,
more concerned about my son. I had to go get his medicine because he had a seizure.
okay. Oh, the day you saw the car.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
So I was getting it up the hill to take care of him.
And had you never thought, when did you start to suspect the child could be on your property?
I didn't expect child was on my property
Why did you call him to come down to the yard barn?
to see if there was a clue in that stuff she put in the building. Because I worked right hand in hand with the law enforcement that tried to help them every way I could.
When's the last time you were in that dollhouse?
I couldn't tell you, sir. It's been years.
It's been years since you've been in.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when the last time I've been in that dollhouse. Half them buildings down there, I don't go in.
How big is your property?
11 acres. 10.9 acres to be exact.
How close is that dollhouse to your house?
It's about 600 feet away, 700.
It's close to your mother's house.
Yeah.
You go see your mother often?
But when I go to my mom's, you could go into the back because she can't go down her steps. So I cut her spot out around the back so she go in the back, not to climb the steps. So we're going out the back.
But you were down there at your mom's during that time frame, weren't you?
Not that much sometimes.
I could have 1 second, Judge. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Boswell.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go, or does he need to remain under subpoena?
I would say under subpoena, Judge, we would ask you not watch the trial or talk about it.
We've instructed them. As far as
Mr.
that's
Boswell, you're finished with your testimony for now.
Okay,
You're
sure.
being subject to recall.
Okay.
So you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And you're specifically ordered not to watch the live broadcast.
Okay. Oh, I never watched TV anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Lieutenant. Sorry, next.
State would call him Austin Feller.
Mr. Boswell, sit back there for a while. Straight over the ramp, towards them on the left, speaking of Michael, main standards of the judge from swearing.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Austin Feller?
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right there. Speak in the microphone for us.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You're Austin Feller, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Feller, at one point in time, did you live at a trailer park out on Sugar Hollow Road?
Yes.
And is that in Sullivan County?
Yes.
All right. And why were you living there at that particular location?
because at the time I was working for Tommy and Sons Paving, and they said I could live there for free if I were to do maintenance on the trailer park.
Okay. And was that back in 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you two pictures, Mr. Feller, and ask you if you recognize what's shown in those pictures.
Yeah, I recognize them.
Okay. And what are they? What is it?
The pictures of the trailer that she lived in.
Okay. And when you say she, you're referring to Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you living out there at those trailers in Sugar Hollow when Miss Boswell moved in?
I never met her in person.
Okay.
I think the time I moved out there, she was already out and kind of unknown whereabouts.
Okay. Do you recognize those photos as being the trailer that she lived in?
Yes.
All right. And are they true and accurate depictions of the outside of the trailer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, we would move to make those, I believe it's two photos, be 49 and 50.
The objection?
No, sir.
You still good at 49 and 50.
I'm going to publish those to the jury. Mr. Feller, is that I'm showing what's been introduced as Exhibit 49? Does that show the outside of the trailer looking at it from the front?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 50. What does that show?
The front of the trailer.
Okay. Just a little closer view.
Yeah.
All right. Now, at some point in time while you were working out there, living in those trailers for Mr. Boswell, were you asked to clean out that particular trailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Exact date, no, but it was probably about a week and a half after I moved into the trailer. I lived in there.
Okay. When was that?
It's been like 5 years ago.
Okay.
I couldn't give you an exact date.
All
I'm
right.
sorry.
That's fine. All right. And did you in fact go to that trailer and clean it out?
Yes.
Okay. If you would kind of describe for the jury what you found when you got inside there.
When I got in the trailer, there was dirty diapers stuck and molded to the floor of the carpet. Couldn't even open the fridge. It was so bad. I just left it alone, let Tommy and them deal with it. There was open jugs of milk in the oven, food on the ground, just feces on the ground, just very nasty, just not clean at all, bad.
All right. And did you take photos of what it looked like?
I did, but I don't have those photos of that phone anymore.
Okay. That's fine. All right.
Good approach.
Mr. Feller, I'm going to hand you 6 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Those are the photos you took that show the inside conditions of the trailer.
Yeah,
All right. Do they accurately depict the condition of the inside of the trailer when you found it?
they do.
Judge, I'd move to make those the next 6 exhibits.
The,
51 through 56.
51 through 56.
Ask to publish those to the jury, Judge. Mr. Feller, I'm going to start with Exhibit 51. Can you tell us what we're seeing in this particular photo?
The bedroom.
And that's the condition in the state you found it in when you
Yes.
entered. You did not move or toss anything or otherwise.
Everything you see is exactly what I walked into.
All right. Now I'm going to show Exhibit 52. What are we looking at there?
The hallway into, I believe, the daughter's bedroom.
All right. And again, you did not.
Objection. When approached.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna sustain that objection. There's been no foundation that he would know that that was the daughter's bedroom. And I'm going to instruct that you're not to consider that statement for any purpose for deliberation. If you can do that, raise your right hand. Every juror is raised right hand. Go ahead, Jim.
All right. So, Mr. Feller, this is the picture. You're not sure, you don't have any knowledge as far as who was staying in what particular rooms, but that's another angle and picture you've taken from inside the trailer.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Now showing Exhibit 53.
I think that was the walking into her room, Megan's room.
Well, don't speculate as to whose rooms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Same instruction.
Okay. So you've taken a photo looking into another bedroom. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now it's showing Exhibit 54. What's shown in that photo?
The living room.
All right. And again, you did not place or move or disturb anything. That's exactly as you saw it.
Exactly what I saw when I walked into. From the kitchen going into the living room.
All right. This is Exhibit 55. All right. You're standing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is that where that was taken from?
Yes.
And Exhibit 56.
Kitchen.
It's a photo looking in on the stove and the refrigerator that way. Is that
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you did not place any objects, move any objects prior to taking these photos.
No, sir.
After you removed all these items from or what did you do with the stuff after you took these photos?
I was instructed to take it to the back of the driveway where the Tommy and Sons had a big dump truck, and they just used equipment and put most of it in there.
Did you remove all that, lack of a better term, trash and stuff that we saw?
Everything, trash, carpet. I mean, completely remodeled the whole entire thing.
What was the condition? I mean, was it like inside after you got all that stuff out of there?
After I got everything out, I mean, I had to rip up subflooring and put down new subflooring and linoleum, and I mean, it was bad.
Was there any sort of odor or anything in the trailer?
I had to use respirators to enter the house.
Was there any particular reason why you had a respirator on?
It just such a foul odor coming from the just moldy milk and food and dirty diapers that were laying out. Just bad smell.
All right. Thank you, sir. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott. I have for you.
Morning, Mr. Fellers.
Morning.
When you don't know when you moved in as a trailer park?
It's been so long, I couldn't really give you an exact date.
Without giving me an exact date, was it before or after Christmas of 2019?
I think after. I think so.
Do you remember what the weather was like when you were cleaning out the trailer?
It was warm.
It was warm.
Yes.
So probably February.
Probably before Christmas, and if it was warm.
Before Christmas, if it was warm. How much before Christmas?
I like I said, I couldn't give you an exact date or anything like that. I just knew that it was pretty warm outside. I didn't really need much of a coat, just some long sleeves or, you know.
You never met Megan.
No, sir.
So the pictures, you took those contemporaneous with cleaning it out.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never cleaned out a place like that looked like that.
Just wanted to show people what it looked like.
Well, to show Tommy and them, because they didn't step inside or go inside. They just wanted it cleaned. So gave those pictures to them.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Does he need to remain on?
I don't think, Judge, I think he can be released.
Mr. Feller, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Statement called James Lewis. Lewis, yes.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
James Lewis.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, sir.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are James Lewis, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
With the Department of Children's Services.
What is your current assignment there?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the department in the Division of Child Protective Services.
How long have you been employed by, we call it DCS for short?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
I've been with DCS for 6.5 years now.
All right. back in February, specifically February 18th of 2020, what was your assignment with the department at that time?
Yeah, so my role at the department during that time was an investigator to investigate reports that we received in Child Protective Services.
So in other words, well, maybe explain for the jury how that process works as far as you're referring to allegations of child abuse.
Yes,
Is that right?
correct.
Okay, so if you
Yes.
would kind of educate the jury a little bit about how that process works.
So the department receives referrals of reports of abuse or neglect. We receive a report from our Nashville office that receives the intake, then it gets sent over to the worker. And then from there, we review the report, the allegations that came into the report, and then we start following our policy and procedures that can be found, outlined in 14.6 of our policy and procedures, and start investigating, doing internet checks and background searches, and really just start notifying important personnel that need to be involved in the case. For example, like our Child Protective Investigation Team in Sullivan County.
All right. Back on February 18th, 2020, did you get a referral that was made on a 15-month-old child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes,
All right. And was that particular referral assigned to you?
it was.
Okay. For purposes only of explaining why you did what you did, what was the nature of the abuse allegation?
The allegations in the report.
Yes. All right. If you would,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
The allegations that came into the report that day state a lack of supervision and physical abuse.
In regards to Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Evelyn
correct?
Boswell, yes.
Okay. So after you get the referral, what's the first step you take after that?
Typically, the first step when we receive these reports is we would reach out to the person that made the report, and then we would see if there was any additional information that needed to be added or to clarify the report in general. And then from there, my next step was to reach out to any collateral contacts and notify our Child Protective Investigation Team partners.
Okay. You used a term or a phrase, collateral contacts. For those of us who don't know, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so a collateral contact would be someone that lives outside the home, anybody that would have information to the report. That's what we refer to whenever I say collateral contact.
Okay. You've identified, and we've talked about the fact that this referral involved Evelyn Boswell. Were you able to identify who the parents of the child were?
I was able to understand that, come to learn that the parents of Evelyn Boswell was only, to my knowledge, at that point in time, it was Megan Boswell, the mother.
Okay.
Was the parent.
All right. And did you attempt to locate where Megan Boswell was at that time?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your file there at DCS, do you all obtain birth certificates or other documents that would, identify who the parents of the child were?
Yes,
And did you, in this case, obtain a copy of Evelyn's birth certificate
I did.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. What is it, sir?
So this is the certificate of live birth for Evelyn May Boswell, child.
Okay. And is that the birth certificate that you obtained of Evelyn for this
Yes.
particular case?
It is.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit. I believe it's 57.
No objection. 57.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you indicated that you were able to learn where Megan Boswell was that particular time. Did you then, what was the next step in your investigation?
Once I received information from Detective Tracy Jerez, who I was working the case with, that she had sent patrol officers out to the home that Megan Boswell was living at to see if Megan was there, and that she had received information that Megan had just arrived at the home. And then from that point in time, Detective Tracy Jerez and myself decided to go to the home to speak with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And where was this home?
The address is 217 Sandy Point Drive, or Sandy Point Street, Bluntville, Tennessee.
Okay. And just generally, where is that located?
It's in Bluntville. It wasn't
Okay.
far from my office. I couldn't give you.
Okay. It's here in Sullivan County.
Yes, in Sullivan
All right.
County.
All right. Did it take you all long to get there?
No, it did not take us that long.
Okay. What did you find when you arrived there at that address?
So when we pulled into the address, we saw the patrol officers with Megan Boswell in the garage of the home.
All right. What kind of, just generally describe what kind of home this is for the jury.
The home is it's a 2-story house. It had a basement, larger, more of a typical subdivision type home. From the outside, the appearance, it was very well kept. It was a typical home that you would find in maybe one of your more newer built subdivisions, is the way I would describe it.
All right. So you arrive, Miss Boswell is there at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else there present with her?
Outside of myself, Detective Tracy Jerez, and the patrol officers, no.
Okay. Was Evelyn there with her?
No.
Okay. What did you do next as far as your investigation was concerned?
My next steps was to notify Megan Boswell of the report that the Department of Children's Services received, the allegations in the report, and to conduct some inquiry as to where Evelyn was, and to ask questions concerning Evelyn, to check on her well-being and her safety. So I initiated the conversation to learn where Evelyn was and to see if we could observe Evelyn to ensure that she was safe and that she was okay.
Okay. Specifically, did you ask Miss Boswell where Evelyn was at that particular time?
I did.
Okay. And what was her response?
Megan informed myself and Detective Tracy Jerez that Evelyn was with Ethan Perry.
Okay. Did you know who Ethan Perry was at that time?
At that time, it come to my knowledge that he was the alleged father of Evelyn Boswell.
Did Miss Boswell tell you that?
Yes. She did tell me that Evelyn was with her dad.
Okay. Did Megan give you any sort of contact information for how you could get in touch with Ethan?
She did not.
What was her demeanor while you were talking to her about her daughter?
The way I would describe Megan's demeanor, it wasn't much affect. When I say that, I would say there wasn't much emotion as concern. I didn't notice any concern when speaking with Megan. She just stuck at that point in time to telling us that Evelyn was with Ethan, and then from there, I asked her to show me, of course, evidence that a child had been with her.
Okay. All right. So did you go inside the house with her? How did you do that?
She invited me into the home and walked me through the home. Nothing at that point in time appeared to be observable to be outside of a typical home. I didn't see any safety concerns as far as what we may consider a safety concern for a child at that age. She walked me. I asked to see a crib or a pack and play. She said that those items were elsewhere, that she didn't have any of those items. She proceeded to lead me to the bedroom where she could show me some items of Evelyn's. And so I followed her to the bedroom.
Okay. All right. And did you observe any items?
I asked her what items she did have. She proceeded to tell me that she had an outfit and what she called a memory box.
You said an outfit. Was that one singular outfit?
I observed one outfit, yes.
Okay. Did you see any other baby items, diapers,
No.
anything like that?
After she showed me the memory box and opened it to observe some items in it, and the outfit that was still on the hanger, it was new and it hadn't been worn. And she took me downstairs to show me a sippy cup.
Okay. And did you take a photograph or a picture of these items that she showed you?
I did.
All right. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you 4 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they photos of?
This first photo is the photograph of what she described as the sippy cup.
That's fine. Go to the next one.
And then the next photo I'm looking at is the bedroom that she reported to be staying in with Preston Wood.
Okay. All right. The next one.
The next photo is the photo of the what she described as the memory box.
Okay. Is there one more?
And the next photo is the outfit that she showed to me.
All right.
On the hanger.
And do you recognize those as being the photos that you took that day while you were in the residence?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate photos of what you saw?
Yes.
Judge, we've moved to make those exhibits 58 through 61.
No objection. We'll do full exhibits, 58 through 61.
Judge, I'm going to ask to publish those if I could. Mr. Lewis, I'm showing what's Exhibit 58. What is that photo of?
This is a photo of the cup that Megan Boswell informed me that Evelyn Boswell would drink from.
Is that the only kind of dish or spoon or item of silverware that she showed you that
Yes.
belonged to Evelyn? Now looking at Exhibit 59, what's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of Megan Boswell standing in the room where she reported to be living with Preston Wood.
Did you observe any items, any baby items, toys, clothing, anything else in that room?
No.
Now looking at Exhibit 60, what is that?
That is the box that Megan Boswell showed to me that she described as the memory box with items of a rattler, handprint, and footprints of Evelyn.
Okay. Did you take any of these items at this time, or did you just take photographs of them?
I just took photographs.
And now showing you Exhibit 61.
This is a photograph of the outfit that Megan showed me was Evelyn's, but it was still on the hangers and had tags on it. It's new.
Okay. You tailed off a little bit there. Did you say it still had tags on it?
Yes.
Okay. Any other items of children's clothing that she was able to show you?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed your lunch is here, so we're gonna stop. We'll be back at 1:15. Mr. Lewis, I'm gonna instruct you not to discuss your testimony with any other witness, or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you, and not to watch any of the live stream reply. If you have that now. And, come back later.
Yes, sir.
So one stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Be recessed to 1:15.
All right. So I'm going to leave it up. Excuse me. I'm going to leave it up to you guys to whether or not you want me to read flyers during this hour, or if you would rather us talk and interact with you guys. It's up to you. Because I have several flyers I can read off, or we can just do whatever you guys want to do. So I'll leave it up to chat. What you guys want to do? Anybody?
You're the boss. You're the boss over here, ma'am. So it's up to you.
Well, I just didn't. I mean, it's up to you guys. What do you guys think? I mean, chat's not answering, so I don't know if they would rather me read off some flyers or just us interact.
Phil said, "Mix it
Phil,
up."
Phil says,
Welcome.
"Mix it up, mix it up." Hmm.
Yeah, where are her clothes?
Wait,
Kat?
what? Yeah.
That was my question. I can't believe they had one outfit to show that guy. Where is that baby's
Yeah,
clothes?
that's. And then she brings out a memory box of all of her like baby items. Okay, but where's the stuff showing she was ever with you in this home? You know.
Right, and let me ask you this: Who put that memory box? Who made that memory box? Was it her? Or was it somebody else? You know what I
And
mean?
is that stuff really Evelyn's, or did she just go out and buy random stuff to stick in a box to make it look good? I mean, how
Amen.
do we know?
Mm.
Yeah, you're right, Norma. Megan's father was never arrested with a crime in any way. And a matter of fact, he's the one that noticed, hey, I haven't seen Evelyn in quite a bit. I saw Megan's
Yep.
car down here at the playhouse, but I haven't seen Evelyn. Where is Evelyn? Let's
He,
see if we
he-
can get her probably.
he's the one that tipped him off to the shed too, or the playhouse too. Sorry, I
Yeah.
keep calling it
Yeah.
shed. Yeah, so that's why it pissed me off when they were trying to go after him for hinting around to you had to walk past it to go to see your mother. You didn't this, you didn't. I mean, come on, get off that shit. They're gonna try so hard to pin this on her family and all of that and make it out to be their fault. I'm just
They can
just
try,
that.
but at the end of the day, I think everyone knows. But I felt so bad for Tommy because
Yeah,
my goodness, it's like you could tell when he was up there, he knew he was going to be dragged in the mud and he knew they were going to try all this crap, but I think he held up pretty well considering.
yeah, he did really good. But you could see that pain and the hurt in his face and everything sitting there. You know what I
Oh
mean?
God, yeah. Reliving it, reliving everything, thinking she was right there in that playhouse the whole time on his property. And he didn't,
Yeah,
he didn't know. How would he know? Yeah,
right,
it's terrible.
right.
Huh. Bill says, "Tell me about the case." Dago, do you still have that link? We could replay that, but
I
from
do.
yesterday, we've already
I have
seen
a
it.
couple
But
different ones actually. Yeah.
okay,
Um, it wasn't that bad this time, Mom. The defense attorney, like I said, is still an idiot, and they're trying to put it on everybody but her. But we expected that, so it is what it is. Yeah, give me one moment here, guys. I'll pull up something and
okay,
we can go through it and show you what's going on with the case.
yeah.
You doing all right, Mama Bear?
I
Yeah.
told her if she didn't feel good, it was okay. If she dropped down, it was completely fine. I know. But when I was sick, I just napped off and on.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, give me a minute here. Trying to see because everything popping up now is trial, but I do
Yeah.
have this, and I have 1 second here.
Okay.
Oh, I also have something new where they threw up. I think it was News Nation did something not too long back, 12 hours ago, talking about Casey Anthony, Megan Boswell parallels are very scary, and they really are. And that's why I said yesterday. Oop, where'd you go, Duty? Said yesterday. I wondered if when she did what she did, if she remembered and maybe possibly followed the Casey Anthony story on TV, and in effect, some of the things she did came from what she saw with the Anthony case. It just makes me wonder. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know where Doodle just went, but I'm sure she'll be back. Let's see. I'll give you guys another Doodle. Where'd you go, dear? um, no, she fell out the window. I didn't throw her out. I promise you, I wouldn't do that. We like our Doodle too much. I wouldn't want to harm her. I guess we're gonna have to put her on a rope to keep her from falling out the window. I did not push her, Cassie, and you can't prove it. Get her a tether, right? Where are you at, duty? Now we're in charge. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that what she did? Oh,
So you thought.
welcome back. Welcome back. What
I
happened?
don't know. I don't know. I really have no idea. I was like, oh, and there went my internet. That's classic.
Oh, isn't it about that time?
Then I heard you and I was like, oh, yeah.
I don't ever get to do that. You guys always do that when I disappear. So I'm
I
like,
know. You finally got it, didn't you? You're like, finally.
yes. Okay,
Yep,
so
he threw me right out the window. You see how he is, guys?
oh my God, you guys.
He's
you
like,
know-
forget her. Let's just get rid of her. She's annoying. Bye.
Now, why would you do that, Mama Bear?
I didn't do nothing.
She's just over here blowing her nose. That's all she's doing.
Seriously. I'm about to just shove some toilet paper or Kleenex up my nose and leave it alone.
What Caden does. Just let it soak up, whatever. So I don't know how many. I don't want to have to re-show the exact same thing. You guys will get bored. But I got a bunch of stuff from. Yeah, let's go some news clips here, and I also have. Let's go with this one first. Hold on. Give me a minute. This is okay. We'll get you caught up, Phil. No worries. I'm surprised you don't know about this one. Uh-oh, what just happened?
I just had to add it back where I lost my internet. So when it came back on, we go back real fast.
Oh, gotcha. All right, hold on. I threw that backstage, Doodle, if you want to bring that up real quick. Mutiny afoot. Arg, matey.
Arr, matey.
Go back over to mom's barista. Okay, let's start off with this, and hopefully this is the right one. I have all this stuff buried. I haven't touched this in a while. Let me know how the audio is and how everything works.
Okay.
Breaking news from News Channel 11.
Sounds good on my side.
Tonight at 11, team coverage continues in the 19 counts brought against Megan Boswell, the mother of Sullivan County toddler Evelyn Boswell. Thanks for choosing News Channel 11 at 11. I'm Sarah Diamond.
And I'm Josh Smith. Today's announcement that Megan Boswell now has been charged in her daughter's death comes 6 months to the day after the toddler was first reported missing.
Megan Boswell faces 17 other criminal charges in addition to 2 counts of felony murder. Evelyn's remains were found on a family member's property near Bluntville March 6th. Until now, no one had been charged in her death.
Today, investigators did not say how Evelyn died, only that she was killed while being abused and neglected.
Ansley Daniel begins our team coverage live tonight from Bluntville.
Josh and Sarah, Megan Boswell has been in the Sullivan County Jail since February 25th. But tonight, for the first time, she's going to sleep in the jail behind me, charged with 2 counts of felony murder and a slew of other charges.
Lady, you're outside. Why are you wearing a mask?
Sullivan County returned a true bill of presentment charging Megan Boswell with a total of 19 counts. There were 2 counts of felony murder.
The announcement from authorities after months of investigation that they say left them with a clear conclusion that Evelyn Boswell was murdered. And the person who did it was her mother, who gave birth to her 15 months earlier.
Understand, she's not her mother. She was her incubator, as Miss Sherry calls her. She did not mother that child whatsoever, folks, as you saw. That baby, and I was thinking about that too, Doodle. That baby was living in those conditions before she did what she did to her, too. Okay?
Yeah, she could have gotten into anything.
Absolutely disgusting to me. Shame on you. And it's just, ugh, God, it makes me want to throw up.
Extensive and thorough investigation, other individuals were eliminated as suspects, and Megan Boswell became the sole suspect in this case.
On March 6th, Evelyn's body was found in a shed on her grandfather's property. Tonight, a gate was closed outside that property and inquiries for an interview were not returned. Wednesday, her mother was charged with her murder. 19 charges in all, including child abuse and neglect, tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse, and failure to report a death.
She didn't deserve this. No child does. And that's why we will continue to work to pursue justice in this case.
Megan Boswell's attorney, Brad Sproles, heard about the charges placed on his client during the press conference. He had not spoken to her beforehand.
There's volumes and volumes of evidence that they've had to go through. So that would be the next step, is we will get the state's evidence, and Ms. Boswell and I will go through all that.
Sproles is expecting to speak with her via video conference by the end of the week, but authorities aren't releasing any more details outside of the charges.
Please know that we can't speak to the evidence gathered during this investigation because this case now has to be prosecuted.
When asked if he was surprised about the indictments, Megan Boswell's attorney had this to say.
I'd rather not answer that.
You could see when he was talking the first time they showed him, the look on his face. He knows. He knew. And I don't know how this guy's defending her. I just don't. I don't know how any of these people defend these people, but they have this, in my opinion. This is my opinion. They have this in the bag, folks. And I don't know what that's why I think, or exactly, Nancy. That's why I think that this guy is truly, I mean, we could place bets on this, folks. He's going to attack her family, and that's going to be their only defense. Because that's pretty much what I think that's all they have. And they're going to lay this on.
But that's what they do. They always try to defend their client, even if it's to try to throw their parents under the bus. Whatever they have to do to prove that, try to prove some kind of reasonable doubt, they're going to do it.
And that's all that's in my opinion, that's probably all they have. That's all they have, because we know he knows. Like I said, that look on his face when he was talking the first time, you could see it. He knows. So it is what it is.
Yep. Hey, Mikey, thanks for joining us.
What's up, brother? Good to see you. Sorry to interrupt this, guys.
Megan Boswell, attorney.
Her in that mask. She's outside.
I think she probably is.
Lady.
Don't you remember the people back then?
Yeah.
I'd be driving in a car with somebody with it on in their car. I'm like, what are you doing?
By themselves. They're in the car by themselves.
Yes.
I loved it.
People
I'm like,
were
okay.
I guarantee you people were sleeping with them on in their house too. I promise you that.
Brad Sproles also told us today that he had not been able to speak with Megan due to COVID-19 concerns in the jail. She remains here tonight on a $1 million bond. Live in Blountville, Ainsley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Okay, so there's that, and I want to show you this too, Phil. Give me 1 minute here.
Yeah, Cassie, I see that, and I still laugh my rear end off. Even Preston's like, why are they wearing a mask? I said, maybe they farted and they don't want to smell it. I don't know what else to tell him,
It makes no sense at
all. If not, he's going to have a big conversation with them about why that's not safe. So I have to make up something fast.
Yep. All right. So here's another thing that happened too, Phil. Hold on a minute here. I guess. Okay, so we'll go with. I have a few of these we can play to give different insights into this
Well,
too.
Mom had sent me some, but I can't figure it out.
There's a few things I have. So
great. She sent me several, but I'm still learning.
No, we're good. I got a bunch, so don't worry about it. I got you covered. It's all right. All right, go ahead and pull that one up.
Mom, I wore a mesh mask with jewelry on it. We didn't participate in the beer flu in Florida.
The beer flu. All right, Phil, hang on. Go ahead, Doodle, pull that up. All right, there's this too.
Right now to our top story. This morning, 3 people who are connected to the investigation surrounding missing Sullivan County toddler Evelyn Boswell remain in jail this morning.
Now, new this morning, police say 2 of those people, Evelyn's mother and grandmother, are not allowed to speak to each other. The three in jail include the child's mother, Megan Boswell, the grandmother, Angela Boswell, and the grandmother's boyfriend, William McLeod.
Now, these two here were arrested and charged for, this was a whole big mess, you guys. There was a car involved that was reported stolen, blah, 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 blah. And they initially were arrested as well. Okay. And she goes on, that's what I wanted you to see, Phil, too. For those of you who didn't see any of this, she, her royal trash heap here, blamed this on her mother and said her mother took the baby, blah, 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 so on and so forth. She did everything she could to take every bit of blame off of her. Again, insanity. I can't believe people do this shit to each other, but it is what it is. This is her family. And like Doodle was saying yesterday, that, and I agree with Doodle, I think that this entitled little brat thought that her mom was going to take it and just go with it, okay? And just take the fall for her. It's just insane. So, okay.
Late last night, the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office told us that they are being held in the general population holding area with other inmates. However, we are also told Megan and Angela are, quote, not permitted to see one another in jail, end quote.
Now, if you remember, the grandmother, Angela, and William McLeod were arrested after they were both allegedly found driving a stolen car that was connected to the case. You may remember that Bola we were telling you about. Now, the mother, Megan, who you see right there, was arrested and charged with one count of giving false reports to investigators. In a news conference yesterday, Sullivan County Sheriff Jeff Cassidy cautioned the public against believing information from Megan.
Many of the false statements that Megan made delayed our investigations and also impeded our investigations on trying to find Evelyn.
15-month-old Evelyn still missing this morning. The search for her is now stretched into 3 different states, Tennessee, Virginia, and now North Carolina.
Yesterday, law enforcement searched this pond you see right there in Wilkes County, North Carolina, near where Angela Boswell and McLeod were arrested. McLeod's grandmother owns the property next to the pond. She said the two showed up at her home asking for money to get out of North Carolina and that her grandson was wet.
He'd been at the motel, at Lowe's Motel in Wilkesboro, and there'd been a pipe burst. And he got his feet wet, and somebody stole his money, and he needed money to get back to Bristol.
That search ended just after 5 o'clock yesterday, police deeming it inconclusive. Again, Evelyn is still missing this morning. If you have any information that can help investigators, call 1-800-TBI-FIND or 911 immediately.
The father, that poor all the people that she involved in this mess and people's lives that she tried to destroy within this mess, it's just disgusting. All right, so let me give you some I want you to watch this liar, and she's actually a good liar. I'll say that much too, in my opinion. She showed no emotion as far as what she should have shown, in my opinion. So, all right, Doodle, there's another one. The father was in the military. I do believe that's what my understanding was, and that he was nowhere around. And she even tried to blame it on him at some point. So, okay.
Sweet. She loves everybody. She's never been mean ever, which I'm very thankful for. She's just a really good-hearted baby in general.
Now, this is what blows my mind. You see how she's talking and acting like she knows what she did at this point, okay? And like nothing happened. This just kills me how
Just
people can
like
do this.
Leilani. Just like Leilani.
Yes. These people are just, you just want to grab them and shake them and like, what the hell is wrong with you? You know what I mean? I don't get this. I don't know how you can be this way and be such an accomplished liar when it comes to shit like this. But yeah, she had sole custody. I'm sorry. You're explaining. I thought you were asking. I'm sorry, Norma.
Like textbook how you want a baby to be, like has hit every milestone early, Well, when she was 6 months old, she actually put a bottle on her own and went straight to a sippy cup. She started walking probably around like 10 months. That was kind of hard though, because she's like not like small as in like underfed, you know what I'm saying? But like she was a preemie when she was born. She's like a smaller baby and she kind of had trouble like balancing her weight, but she finally got the hold of it. She's starting to say a lot of words and, you know.
Tell me what kind of things she likes to do. What kind of is she into any sort of TV show?
And as we all see, there's not one tear talking all these great things about this baby, but the baby's missing. If I was that mother, if any mother was that mother, they would be bawling through that whole thing, not smiling and having all these, you know what I mean? This again is all my opinion, you guys. Welcome, Donald. Good to see you. What'd you say, Miss Sherry? I seen you say sorry, but then what do you mean? Did I miss another comment statement? I don't know. I'm sorry. On we go.
Only Baby Shark. We went to Texas to see her dad, Ethan, and she slept the whole way there. Like I had to make her wake up to eat and stuff like that. And that's like a 24-hour drive there.
So let's get into the last time you saw her. Tell me what that time was like and when that was.
Well, actually, I want to talk about that. I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself. Because I've told them, and they're not really, like, taking it seriously, and if they don't go tonight, like, I will go myself and go get her.
Tell me.
Wow.
How, I mean, isn't it crazy how good she is at that?
Yeah,
It was,
she's.
I would have believed it, Doodle. I would have believed it.
I didn't.
Truly.
I remember seeing this. I thought, you lying little heifer.
The thing that's killing me is a lot of these people that lie, they don't look right at you. They'll look away. We know all that. She's looking dead square at this woman in her face.
Yeah, but if you'll notice, the whole time she's doing it, she's kind of like smirking, and that's her way of showing guilt, is her smirking.
I'm guessing that makes sense to see. Here's the police mentality that Miss Doodle has.
Yep.
This is why she's
No,
so
well,
good.
no, I mean, she's just,
You're good.
she's young, and that's what they do. Like, they think they've convinced you. And once they
Right.
think that you're convinced, then they're golden.
Agreed. And Sherry's right. This freak even lied about being pregnant just so she wouldn't have to take a polygraph test. She knew what she was doing through the whole thing. It's so sickening to me.
About the last time, though, that you saw Evelyn. Tell me what you guys did and when that was.
We went to go out to eat, and then my mom came and got her. She was wearing a little hot pink tracksuit with the matching bow.
See that little smirk? That's when she's lying.
Yeah,
That's when she's fixing to tell it right there. She's gonna make something up, so she smirks, and then she says it. 'Cause she feels confident. You know, like, I've convinced this reporter now. I'm golden. I can smile.
And that look right there, that's the evil, in my opinion. Look at that
That's
look.
the next. Yeah, that's the thinking. What can I say next?
Agreed. Yep. And I agree with you, Virginia, 100%. This is a scary person, folks. A human being that can do the things that she did. It's oxygen thief. That's what I'm calling her. Because she steals all of our oxygen, all the good people that deserve to breathe it. She don't. Sorry.
Yeah, she's different though, because she's pretty good. She might be pathological, actually.
I think she's worse than Leilani.
Yeah,
Right.
I think she's been pathological all her life.
And again, this goes back, Doodle. We were talking about. We've seen how spoiled this child is. This is a baby, in my opinion, as well. Okay, everything she's ever wanted has been handed to her on a silver platter, and you know that's not your parents' fault. Your kids want to give your kids what you didn't have and things like that. That's fine. Okay.
She knew her mama had a criminal history, and then she also thought, well, your mom's going to jail anyway. She'll take this blame for me. No, lady, it didn't work that way.
That's how uncaring this creature is she doesn't care who she's hurting. As long as and here's the thing, folks, this is just my feelings on this. If she would have got away with this, her mother would have sat in prison. She'd have went right on living that new life she's living her best life.
Until the next Evelyn came about. Until the next Evelyn come around.
Exactly. And then she had done it again because she got away with it the first time.
Yep.
This is sick. I mean, this is really sick, guys.
Yep, and you know, this very well could be gyp shit in a few years.
This is what I'm afraid of, Doodle.
I know, me too.
You see things like this. We see what went on with gyp shit's life, and then you put the two together in your mind, and it's like, oh my God, no. We can't, no. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
It's scary as all hell that these people walk around in the world with us.
Yep.
It's
Every day.
every single day you sit next to them in restaurants and walk by them in grocery stores and Walmart, and you don't even know. You
Yeah,
don't
she
even
worked
know.
at a chicken shack. She worked at a chicken shack. I mean, the
See?
cashier at the chicken shack did this. I mean, just let that sink in.
That's it right there. That's the whole thing that gets in my head. Like, you walk into a McDonald's, the girl that takes your order, you don't know who she is from Adam. She could be this woman right here. That's the thing that gets in my head. And it really, like, wow, you know? Yeah, agreed. It's a good point. That's a good point, Norma, the Evelyn's Law. And I'm grateful that that came from this. That's one good thing that, what the hell? You just scared the hell out of me with that. That's one good thing, as I always say, there's always got to be something good you can find to pull out of something horrible like this. That is the one amazingly good thing that came from this, is Evelyn's Law. Yeah, I agree, Sherry. She's completely detached from human emotion. She's an android, folks. Evil at its best right here.
A little bit before Christmas. My mom, like, you can ask her, is a very vindictive, manipulating person, and she basically like threatened me the whole time that she was gone.
There's that smirk. There's the smirk. That was a lie. That's the next lie. My mom threatened me all the time. Smirk, lie.
Her mom is a vindictive, evil person that threatened her. But you're the one that did this, you freak.
And you're the one smiling, heifer. What does that say about you? And your baby's missing.
God, what a piece of trash. Like I said, guys, I truly feel, I thought Leilani was horrible. I can't stand her.
She is horrible.
I think she eclipses her in a lot of ways. Truly, I do. And
These
she makes
parents of Filicide. Now, see, she's a little different, but not, because she put her in, like, this is so common with it, is that they always want the child close, and if they're not close, they go to where the body is. 90, I think it's like, it was 95. It could be less or more by now. I've been retired many years now. What, 2? But still, 2 years. But still, it's like they always have that connection, and they don't realize it's that instinct, even though they obviously lack that mothering instinct. It's still
Right.
in them to go to the body.
Well, think about Casey Anthony. How far away from where
Mhm.
she lived was that child? Remember?
Yep.
You know,
It's
and
just a common thing.
yeah, Leilani, I mean, that situation, it was down the road, but still, it's right there. You know, I get it. 100%. It makes sense. It really does. If me too, now, if a child goes missing, there they will hold that parent responsibility, and they will go to jail. And oh, yeah. Good. That's the way it should be. At that point, yeah, that should have been that way for a long time. I put it that way.
She dropped her off somewhere in Mendota at a silver camper. But my mom would always say the person, not like people, plural.
So there is a person that has her in Mendota.
They're not taking me seriously. TBI isn't, because I've not fully told them. I've been like, hey, like, my mom camped out at Mendota. You want to go check them out? But I've never been like specifically, hey, she's not your silver camper. Because my mom did threaten me, like, if I told anybody. I'm not going to get into that, but she did.
So your mom has had.
Did she not think that her mother was going to deny this?
I guess not. She's entitled. She thought her mother would take this and just go to prison for the rest of her life over it. Why not?
I mean,
she's entitled.
This is so stupid. You're telling blatant lies about somebody that can very well stand up and say that never happened.
Yep.
I mean, good God, what an entitled little brat. Unbelievable to me.
Evelyn the whole time. Or the whole time.
Or the person that is in Mendota has had her the whole time.
Tell me why you let your mom take care of her. Did she take her from you that night? And
well, she was just supposed to babysit her because I was going to work.
And then when did you know that something was wrong?
Well, whenever, like, she picked me up Wednesday, and I told her, like, hey, they're doing a press release about the ambulance.
Eye movement. See her eye movement?
Yeah, she had to stop there to think of the next person. Yeah, you're right, Doodle. I got you. See? Doodle's so smart with this stuff. It kills me sometimes.
if I didn't know this crap after 20 years, then I really did a crappy job in 20 years.
And that's what I gotta say with law enforcement. You gotta give them props. They don't get anywhere near enough um of what they should for being able to talk to somebody, do an interview with somebody, and read that person and know what they're doing. You know what they're saying, what they're actually read between the lines and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's just it's really good. The police deserve a lot more props than what they get for that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and see why I followed this through because I saw her I watched all of this, and the minute I saw her in her interviews, I was like, I've got to see how this goes.
Oh, right. And see, I learned some of this stuff from my wife, the body language and stuff with her psychology crap and all that stuff. I learned that and it's good, but I'd have believed her. She's that good. I would have believed this for a little while. Something would have triggered it eventually, I'm sure. Or my wife would have said, "Nope, you're stupid."
Yeah, your wife
Don't
would have
believe her.
known. Your wife would
Yeah,
have been like, "Nope."
she'd have called it out. But like I said, she's actually believable. She's way more believable than Leilani was for sure. I'll tell you that much.
For society, yeah, for society, she definitely had them all fooled.
Uh-huh. Agreed. She was very good at this at that point. But when you got professionals like you and some others, they probably saw directly right through her immediately. So
Yeah, this interview right here, I thought, okay, well, I'm following this through.
mm-hmm. Yep. It's weird to me how she kind of resembles Leilani too, if you guys. That's
Yeah,
weird to me.
she does. Well, it's the hair. I think it's just the hair.
Which looks this morning like she combed it with a pork chop.
Well, she has been in jail for 5 years, Dago.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna call her out on every defect she has because I can't stand her that much.
You
Just
go
saying.
for it.
Thing, and then she freaked out, and that's why they couldn't find her. Like, nobody talked to her for days until they arrested her. She just kind of poof, gone. But she kept trying to take me to Mendota, and I kept asking. I was like, "Are you taking me to Evelyn?" And she would never tell me yes or no. And I was like, "Well, if you're not, I'm just calling my police station, come and get me. Like, I'm not playing these games with you."
And so tell me, the day that you dropped her off with your mom to let her babysit, was there anything off about your mom that day? Did you have any suspicion that she was going to take your child?
No. Well, I called her.
Yeah, I agree with you, Virginia. He says that one Ted Bundy interview that he lies. He looks up to see if the interviewer believes the lie. I agree with that. She does do that. And she looks to the side here and there. I didn't figure it. Nobody could fool you, Miss Sherry. The devil couldn't fool you. There ain't no way. I will argue that to the death about her. She knows everything. I'm sorry.
Well, first, I mean, there's no tears. There's absolutely
Not one.
there's no nothing. It's like she's not sad. It's a typical day. She's on her way to Walmart to buy something. Just a normal day. That right there is crazy. That's
Yeah, we're on a pause right now, Donald. They're at break or something like that.
lunch break. They'll be back at 1:15. So for me, it's 11:30 here, but it's 12:30 there. So they'll be back at 1:15.
About 45 minutes, 40 minutes.
Yep.
But yeah, she shit, what was I gonna say? Yeah, she's absolutely Virginia. I agree with you on that one too. It's really creepy that people can do this stuff and keep going,
And she was just like, "Oh, she's safe," like, that kind of thing. And then she started threatening me, which, like I said, I'm not going to get into, like, everything she threatened me with, because I'm just not, but.
Because you can't make it up that fast. That's why.
Obviously, now that you believe you know who has her, what do you have to say to them?
To just bring her back.
Look in the camera.
I just want her back. That's all I want.
She's not even good at faking tears. That's Oh my God, and that's what I was gonna say, dude. I lost my train of thought. She through this whole interview didn't even try to fake some tears. Okay. Didn't try to even fake them. That shows how stupid she is, but so be it. I know, Cassie, I do too. She is fluid, Dago, and you want to believe the good in people. I know. That's my downfall. It's always been my downfall because I always look for the good in everybody.
Well, I do too. But I mean, at the
This
same
one
time,
don't have it.
she is not. This is not a grieving mother. This is not a scared mother. This is not a find my child mother. This is
No.
a smirky little entitled young lady who thinks that her mother will take the blame for what she has done.
Yeah, young lady with a capital B.
Yep.
Just-
Yeah.
There
Allegedly.
it is. Yes, in our opinions. Mama Bear, what do you think with your stuffy nose?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
she's like,
do you remember
"Well,
this face?
Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of been in and out, so
That's okay. Did your Sudafed kick in?
I think it did. And now it's like running again, so I don't know.
I get it. I get it. I'm sorry you feel that way. No, critical. Oh, now that is not true because Katie Proudfoot had tears. Okay. She definitely had tears.
I don't. I want this to stay about Evelyn. I don't. I don't want this to be about Sebastian. I want this to be
Right.
about Evelyn today for
This has
sure.
to stay
No,
with it
no
on
disrespect. It's just this is Evelyn's day. This is for her. This trial is
Absolutely.
for her justice.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you can't compare one person to another. Remember that. That's the other thing. Everybody has different ways.
Now that is, I will say that is a good point. I mean, I'm not going to say that's wrong because we did see tears, but I mean, I can't say I disagree. But at the same time, I do want to keep it about Evelyn.
I've been so long without her, and I know a lot of people are like, oh, why didn't you report it missing earlier? Because my mom threatened me, and I just want her back. That's all I can think about is how much I just want her back.
Talk to me about when you had the indication that she was missing and something was seriously wrong.
Just when she left and took off and just to answer her phone.
Talk to me about why your dad made that report.
Because he was talking to my mom the night before, and he was like, oh, well, if she doesn't come home, I'm going to call. And she was going on, well, you're going to regret this. Like, I'm going to have to leave and never be able to come back. You will regret this.
Was there a reason that, that you didn't make the call and it was your dad?
Because mom kept threatening me if I made the call.
Well, you said that you've had some issues with your mom.
And she just lies and lies.
And you know what? She's gonna go to prison too, Doodle. And guess what? She's alienated her entire family. So who's gonna be there to support her in prison?
Oh, they're gonna love her there.
I'm sure, but you ain't gonna have your family coming in here to put shit on your books and do this and do that. No,
Yeah.
You have alienated your entire family, little girl. Good
Yeah.
luck.
She's on her own.
Unbelievable.
What she
She
gets.
tried to let her baby.
Did you say something else?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Babysit her that night. I know that you said that you had.
Well, she's my mom. I wanted to trust her.
Sheriff Cassidy told the media on Friday, I was there, that you were giving conflicting statements.
Because I wouldn't necessarily, I was trying to protect my mom, maybe in hopes, oh, well, she'd just tell them where Evelyn was, but obviously she's not going to.
So now you're coming out and you're saying this is the honest truth, that you know where she is.
I know she has to be in a campground in Mendota with somebody. And mom told me that they had a silver camper, and that's all she would tell me.
Are you cooperating as much as you can with TBI and the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department?
I am.
But just tell me, how so are you, constantly on the phone with them, talking to them about the tips, anything like that?
Yeah, and I've looked into stuff online myself. Like, people are like circulating pictures around me, like, oh, this is Evelyn, you know what I'm saying? And like that kind of thing. But no. And like Saturday, nobody would answer me, and I blew all their phones up. And every chance they've let me be up there, I have been up there.
And Wednesday will be a week since the Amber Alert went out. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
I just don't know if the person who has her is like maybe scared that they're going to get in trouble, but they won't. They just bring her back.
What are you thinking about her current status right now? Do you think she is okay? Do you think she's being taken care of? And what is your message to authorities right now? To the TBI, Sullivan County, and all of the sheriff's departments? And
That right there.
Yep. You look down. You look down. Yep.
Because she knows what she did at that point. When they asked her that question, she knows what she did there.
Yep.
100%.
That was a subconscious thing. She couldn't control that. That was a subconscious thing that just happened. She had no clue she was doing it.
Yep. These slime bags will find another sucker down the line. Won't be long before here. Oh, she's going to be another Susan Smith, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll be all over her when she goes to prison. Somebody will take care of her. I agree, Mike. It's disgusting, but it'll happen.
Any authority that's working on this case.
Just that if they don't take it seriously, what I just said, I will go find her myself. They've told me before they'll arrest me for tampering with evidence, and I told them on my phone, I was like, I don't care if you arrest me for tampering with evidence. If you go up there, I'm going to tonight.
Do you have a message to the public?
Don't stop until she's back. They need to stop reporting like psychics for one, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Because that just wastes the TBI's time when they could be actually trying to find my daughter. Instead, people are like, oh, well, this lady did tarot card reading. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like that just takes away from the time of like them actually searching for my daughter. I'm just happy that people are coming together to try to find her. Because the main important thing right now is the baby. I'm just happy that people are trying to find her.
Have you been in contact with her father, Ethan?
Yeah. He's actually trying to get leave approved right now to come up here and try to, help find her.
What is her relationship like with him?
She's only been around him a couple times because when he was in the army.
And what is your relationship like with him? Do you keep in contact with him?
Well, yeah, we have a kid together. You know what I mean?
Did you notify him when you knew something was wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have multiple social media profiles? Is one that we've been getting.
Because I break phones a lot and I forget the password. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really bad about remembering passwords. Now I have them all set to one, but, up until that point, I just couldn't remember the password to them. So I'll just make a new one when I got a new phone.
Tell me why you wanted to come out today.
How convenient.
Just to talk about Evelyn, and, if TBI doesn't go find her or not, I'm hell-bent on going myself. And that's the truth, one way or another.
This is a really big case, and a lot of people have a lot of questions surrounding this. Is there any other message that you want to send to anyone?
Well, if you don't have tips for sure, because over 370 some tips have been called in and they've just not panned out. Like, I appreciate people trying to help, but also that's wasting TBI's time because they have to check out every single lead that's called in.
Obviously it's been a long time since you've seen her. Are you worried about that? About reuniting with her?
No, because I love her. I know she loves me.
And do you think she's been taken care of well in the time that you've missed with her?
I hope she has been.
Tell me what the first things you want to do with her.
I'm just going to hug her and not let her go.
Wow.
They'll have to pry her from my arms. Literally, because I'm just not going to let her go. Probably going to sing Baby Shark to her. And just hug her and not let her go.
Wow.
My favorite thing is the first time she kissed me, Lord, I cried for over a week because she would pull my hair and I would just let her do it, because I love her. I didn't want to make her cry or be upset.
You notice how she's repeatedly telling the world she loves her again and again and again.
Information. Too many details, too much information.
Yeah, I love her. I love her. I love her. Yeah, you proved that, sicko.
You're muted, Dago.
Sorry. I said, look, first off, that's the real her right there. And I agree with you, Mikey. They should put them all out in general pop and just let them go. Yeah, loved her. Right. There's no love in this heart for that child whatsoever, folks. None.
Anyway, and she would pull chunks of my hair out. And she was in her walker one night and she dropped her sippy cup and I bent down to pick it up. And I was like, oh, she's gonna pull my hair. She pulled my face close to her and she kissed my cheek and I just cried about it for over a week. So I was like, oh my God, I'm the first person that she's kissed. You know what I'm saying? Just little stuff like that. I love her to death and I would hate to have missed out on anything, especially because of my mom.
And obviously, you told me you talked to your mom a couple of times throughout this. And each time, did she give you any update on Evelyn?
She just told me that she was safe.
So when was the last time you talked to your mom? Physically just the two of you on the phone or?
Wednesday, the 19th.
Can you tell me any details about that conversation?
I mean, she was just going off on me and wanting to go to Mendota. And I kept telling her, I was like, if Evelyn's in Mendota, just take me to her. I will take her up there. We can just end this right now. Let's make this simple. Just give me my child back right now before this gets blown out of proportion. And she would never be like, oh, yeah, I'm taking you. She'd just be like, you don't need to talk to them. I don't want you going up there and stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, if you're not going to take me to her, pull over and I will have somebody on Sullivan County's end come get me to go up there and talk to them.
What is your biggest fear right now?
I have a lot of them. just that I don't know that maybe they won't find her tonight, or maybe they don't find her tomorrow. Maybe it's weeks from now before they find her. The people aren't going to be like, oh well, like I'm not giving her back because I've kept her for 2 months. This is my child now. Well, still, I'm just worried that they're going to be angry about that. You know what I mean?
Right.
She just needs to come home.
Exactly.
She's been away from her mom for long enough.
So, I know there are a ton of social media rumors. So if there's anything that you wanted to set straight that I'm not aware of, I will. This is
Gypsies are not a cult. They've been asking people if there's like a gypsy ringleader, and we're not like ringleaders. We're not like out here kidnapping babies or anything like that.
So would you describe your family as a gypsy family?
Well, yeah. And my dad's very proud of that, but he's just mad about all the rumors going around, like trashing them because we're not a cult, you know what I mean?
And now that your mom is back here and are getting ready to be back here in Sullivan County, what do you hope comes out of that? Obviously, she and her, what believes her boyfriend was arrested.
Well, I doubt she's going to tell the truth, but hopefully she does. For Evelyn's sake. Not even for her sake at this point. Just if she hears this, I hope you tell the truth for her sake. Like that is your grandbaby. It's went on long enough.
Wow.
She really played that up, didn't she?
Yeah, she did quite a performance.
Good God. It amazes me.
First to not.
Yeah, this is the one thing about the true crime, real crime, whatever we're calling it, that blows my mind. It does. Good God.
She's very.
Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to bounce backward.
I'll try.
I gotta hit back too many times. Okay. Where are we at here? I thought there was another one that did a. Here it is. Here it is. Hold on. This was from 4 years ago. Oof. I blame the Murdaugh trial for teaching people all the fake. Good point. Yeah, again, Phil, yes. All of this. She's worse than Soto, at least in my opinion. There is nothing. I agree with you, Tomboy. I do. Yeah, this is a horrible, inhuman being.
Personality wise, I know, looking on TV and just kind of seeing a picture, it's a lot harder to, envision a baby. Her favorite food is sweet potato. She's really sweet. She loves to give people kisses. Favorite song is Baby Shark. Just that kind of stuff.
Can you tell me what's her favorite toy?
She has a little Baby Shark puppet.
What would y'all do together?
Well, she loves to take baths. That was her favorite thing. And she had little shark toys that swim in the bath and stuff like that.
How old is she now?
She's 15 months today, actually.
Can you tell me a little bit? So you said she's very sweet. Is she sweet with everybody, or just?
She is. She loves everybody.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you're feeling? Do you miss her? Are you worried?
Of course, I miss her, and I can't tell anything about the ongoing investigation, but they are. I'm sure you all have released an article about the car and stuff like that, so they have a pretty good idea of who has her. I mean, if they're watching, I just want them to bring her back.
Is there anything you'd like to say to them if they're watching?
I just want her back. That's my child.
I'm sorry. I know this must be hard. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about her? Do you have any pictures of her? Have you been looking?
Not on me, no.
Not on you. Have you been looking at photos and stuff of her while you're? How are you coping with all of it?
I just want her back.
If you could tell her anything now, what would you say to her?
I love her and I miss her, and that I'll be with her as soon as I can get to her any way I can.
Is there anything that you can tell us about, what kind of baby she is? I know you said that it's hard to see.
She's a happy baby. She hardly ever cries. She wants to wave and talk to everybody.
So this motive is what bothers me too, Doodle. This motive is clearly nothing but selfishness. Because she didn't want to have to take care of a baby and wanted to go live a different kind of life.
See, I don't know. That's what I'm waiting on in this trial is a motive.
Right.
Because at first I assumed, just guessing when this first came out, that maybe Evelyn had gotten into some drugs, something like that. That's what I thought. And I thought the mom freaked out and was like, oh my God, I'm going to go to prison. They even searched underneath her trailer and found a blanket under her trailer. So they thought that maybe she had been wrapped in that blanket and under that trailer at some point. Now, we didn't really hear a lot more about that. And from what I'm assuming, maybe that wasn't true. I'm not sure. It's been so long ago. But I originally thought maybe that was it, like an accident had occurred. But now, wow, the fact that she was alive, changes things for me. You're muted.
Always muted. Always. I'm so stupid. Sorry. I remember the whole. It eventually she rolled over on they rolled over on her and she died. Okay, I remember that, and I almost was like, okay, it happens. I dealt with 4 of those situations in my career. I've seen it. Okay, it's a horrible thing and it happens. But not one of those people ever even had gave me the feeling that they were going to try to do something like this. So I can't imagine if it's a true accident and you did that. Why would you do this? Why just call 911, do what you're supposed to do, so on and so forth. When I worked at MedStar, it was a private ambulance company. We had 4, like I said, 4 different calls that had come in where it was, well, no, I'm sorry. One of those was SIDS, and it was actually an employee that worked there. His granddaughter passed from him with SIDS. She just, you know what SIDS is, that's sudden infant death syndrome. But the other ones were the parent rolled over on the baby and the baby died, suffocated. They woke up in the morning, the
Oh
baby
my
had
goodness.
passed away.
That's
You
heartbreaking.
call 911, you deal with the situation. You don't make this stuff up like this and do that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, where does your mind go that makes you do this? Like, you have to know the right from wrong from this. Good
Right.
morning
Hi,
or
Mama
afternoon,
Dago.
mother. What'd you
Mama
say?
Dago said, hello, Mama Dago.
I just seen her there. I said, good morning or afternoon, mother. Good to see you. Smiley face. So yeah, I don't get the mentality to that's why I don't believe that that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? I believe that she did something malicious because she was maybe irritated or she regret or whatever you call it, that the baby was taking her life away from her and the things that she truly wanted. You know
Well,
what
she
I'm
probably
saying?
shouldn't have laid down and made that decision then, should she?
Agreed. Sorry, guys.
Walks funny. She doesn't know how to pick her feet up, so she kind of wobbles.
Is she talkative?
She is.
What?
She giggles a lot. You'll smile at her, she'll just start giggling. She's very happy.
And so you said she is talkative. Is full sentences? Like, what milestones has she met? Like, is she a smart little girl?
She is. She hit every milestone early. She can almost say I love you. She's not fully got to sentences yet, but she does say a lot of words.
You must be so proud of her.
I am. When Baby Shark plays, she tries to dance with them and sing it.
You said that's her favorite song. Do you do the puppet with her a lot? And I know all of this is very hard. Can you tell me how you were feeling?
I just want her back. That's all I want.
Are you feeling worried or anything along those lines?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that at all?
Well, the reason I didn't report it or anything is because I knew the person who had her, and I didn't want them to run away with her. And as soon as they thought anything was going on, they just kind of vanished. So I'm just worried about, where they're at, what they're doing with her at this point in time.
So you do know who has her? You do. Can you tell us who that is, or you don't?
I can't release anything further about that. I'm sure they will at the press conference, but further than that, I can't say anything.
And
Can you pause this real quick?
You do know who has her. Are you worried about her safety?
Well, now I am, because they won't answer phone calls. They just kind of
law enforcement.
Did you say something, Doodle?
Yeah. Law enforcement is not going to tell a missing child's parent what to and what not to say. Now,
Yeah, very true.
They can tell them that they probably don't need to give every detail, but they're not going to say what you can and cannot say because they're not going to let the parent know the things they cannot say because it's tied to the investigation, which means they're not even telling the parents. So when we hear people say, I can't say that, I've been told it's part of the investigation, that's a lie. Because law enforcement cannot tell you either, parent, because that is in the investigation and nobody is cleared. That is a lie.
Right.
Just like being told that you can't search. Law enforcement will never tell a parent you can't search. They prefer you not to, and they will tell you, I would rather you not. And that's for obvious reasons. I mean, a lot of people couldn't handle what they would find. And a lot of parents don't search, and that's okay if that's what they choose. But law enforcement will not tell a parent you cannot search for your missing child.
Agreed. Agreed.
Just laying that out there. Just saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It makes and who says that a lot, dude?
Just saying.
Disappeared.
What is it like to? I'm assuming that you trusted this person. How has this trust been broken? What's been going on with that?
It has definitely been broken after this.
Have you spoken to her father at all during this process? Are you having any support from
No.
him or from your family?
Yeah, my grandma's very supportive. She always is.
That's good. But you haven't spoken to him at all.
Mm-mm.
When was the last time you saw her?
In December.
In December. Okay. And what was that last day like? Was it a good day? I think it was about around Christmas, right? Can you tell me about that?
It was a good day. She had a little pink bow in her hair and a little Puma tracksuit on. It was hot pink.
And what, like, I know that you're hoping that she'll be returned shortly. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the person or people that have her that you think they should hear from you?
They should just bring her back. They obviously know like what's going on and they need to bring her back home.
Mm-hmm. And you said that you trusted this person. So when did you realize that trust might have been broken?
Well, when they just kind of took off and wouldn't answer anybody.
Around when was that?
I wonder how long it took her to come up with this whole story with her mom and all that, or if it was just an immediate
It was
thing,
instant. It was, in my opinion, it instantly hit her head because she's pathological and she believes everything at the moment she's saying.
And she knows, yeah, that's why
Yeah.
it's probably so easy for her because she believes the lies she's telling, right?
Yeah, she's definitely a pathological liar. And I guarantee you her parents have known this since she was a child.
Yeah, I guarantee. Yeah, you're probably right. If they were to go back and look into what she was like when she was younger and things that went on in the house,
Yep.
there were probably mediocre versions of what she's doing right now, right?
Absolutely. And that's
That
probably a
makes
red flag that her dad was like, wait a minute. We're
Uh-huh.
not playing this again.
and or this makes sense now, and that's
Right.
like
Right.
I felt so bad for him this morning. The man sitting there staring at his daughter, knowing what she did to his granddaughter, that we could, he loved her. He was so worried about her. And he lost them both. That's
Yep.
just that's a lot, guys. That's a whole lot
It
for that
is.
man.
It
That's
is.
why I felt so bad. And truly,
Oh, it was horrible.
we don't really know. Like, I'm sure we know her mother has a criminal history, but that doesn't mean that she wanted this to happen to this baby. She's probably hurting in
No,
some senses too, possibly.
of course.
I
Of
mean,
course.
having your own child try to throw you under the bus for murder of your own grandchild. I mean, that's horrible too. So,
Right.
like I said, this idiot has burnt her bridges with her family completely. And I'm sure when she goes to prison, she's going to expect them to be there for her. And I hope to God they're not. I hope they're not.
I agree.
Exactly, which is why 17, she was foster care for habitual truancy. Right. So she's been a problem for a long time. Long time. This is just the icing on
Yep.
the cake.
Yeah, well, buying her the $20,000 car though wasn't really a great idea. But hey, I'm not going to judge him because I spoiled my kids rotten too. And you live and learn. You really do.
Well, she had a baby. He wanted the baby to have a safe vehicle. I can see this in my mind too. Okay. brand new, I don't know about brand new, but if the man had the means and the ability, then okay, you're doing what you
Yeah.
want to do for that baby.
No,
It was probably more
Phil,
for the
this
baby than
isn't
the daughter.
Phil, this isn't law enforcement. This is a news interview. This is a reporter. This is not police right here talking to her.
Yeah, she's standing out in front of the police station. She came out and they caught her and they did the interview with
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, she isn't being like talked to by the police here. This is just a reporter.
Uh-huh. Right. I just wanted you guys to see who she is in these interviews, the fake and the darkness behind knowing what we know about her now and what she did back then, 4 years ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Peggy said, I have a sister that's a pathological liar, and she and her boyfriend killed her husband, buried him in a freezer, and pushed his car into a lake. Good God.
Yeah, sometimes it can get that pathological. Usually, there's another mental problem that is attached to that.
Mm-hmm. When you can stand here and lie, knowing what you have physically done yourself, and lie through it and believe in it, that's a scary thing, guys. That's
And
scary.
a lot of women that are attention seekers are also pathological liars because it's just common fact. It is. Look it up. It is. A pathological liar usually also is an attention seeker.
Yeah. Yeah. Very good point. And that's probably it right there. She was probably always the center of attention if they didn't have any other children.
Yep.
She was the baby. She was the center of attention. Me, 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 me. And that changed. And she didn't like that because that baby was taking that attention away from her.
Welcome,
That's a problem.
Leslie.
Hey, Leslie. Good to see you. Yeah, that's wholeheartedly probably what this whole thing's all about. So,
Yeah, for sure. We have 15 minutes.
all right, I'll finish.
Whenever this whole thing started.
Okay. All right. And can you tell me a little bit more about like how you're feeling? I know all of this is scary and everything.
It is. I just want her back.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can think about. It's just getting her back.
Is there anything the community can do to help you?
No. Other than look for her. I know they released the car information and the tag number and stuff like that. Just any leads at all, they need to like call so we can go check them out. Try to find her.
Has anyone like have you gotten any information from the community that's been helpful, or you just kind of in this?
I don't really know. They've all been looking at leads and stuff like that. I mean, they're working their butts off.
Has the police department and everything, the sheriff's office, been keeping you in the loop for this?
They have been.
How's that been going? Has that been good? Positive?
It is good.
Good. And I know that you said that you're getting a lot of support from your family. Are they like helping you going to courts and meetings and stuff with you? I know you've had a lot of.
Yeah, they didn't know I had court today, or I'm sure my grandma would have been there.
Did you keep it from them, or?
I mean, I've just not really talked to them that much today, to be honest. And like I said, stuff was going on like while we were sitting in the courtroom, and I couldn't. Well, not while, but like waiting to go to court, and like I just couldn't tell her exactly what was going on.
Mm-hmm. So you said like obviously you can't share anything about the case, so you haven't been sharing with like your family or anything either.
No.
How's that? Not being able to confide in anyone.
I mean, the police officers are very nice, especially like Sergeant Matt Price and stuff like that. I can talk to him or like them, and they've been like really helpful this whole time. They really have been.
And anything else that you think that people should know about Evelyn, about like what makes her so special?
She's just a very sweet baby. She's got, the little dimples on her face.
Do you think she looks like you?
No, she definitely looks like her dad, but she does have my eyes.
That's good. You have very pretty eyes.
Thank you. She's the cutest baby ever. So you'll know it's her when you see her.
Mm-hmm.
She loves everybody. She tries to kiss everybody on the cheek. She tries to wave to everybody. She's very friendly. She's very friendly and sweet. So,
when hopefully you're reunited with her, what will be the first thing that you do?
Just hug her. I know it sounds weird, but like I miss how she smells and like her laugh and like everything. I just want to hold her.
So I know that this must be like you're missing your baby, and then there's been trust broken, right? As well. Are you worried about her safety?
I mean, in a way, yes, just because we can't find, the car or nothing like that. But they have exhausted almost every option, you know what I'm saying? They're working around the clock. They have a whole room of people up there like dedicated just finding her, and I appreciate that.
Do you think that they are going to find her?
I do. I have full confidence.
You do. Are you feeling hopeful?
I am.
Can you tell me about that? Like, what keeps you going? What's giving you hope? And
The team up there is just honestly really good. They're all really good, and I can like confidently say that, like when I'm not up here, I know that they're doing their best to find her. I'm not worried that when I'm not up here, they're not like, just sitting around and twiddling their thumbs. I know that they are trying genuinely.
Do you have any regrets about not involving police sooner? I know that.
Well, sort of, but also in a way, I knew that as soon as anything went down, the person was going to just disappear, and they have, and they've tried to find them. They are going to find them, and I know that they'll bring her back to me.
You feel fully confident in that. That's good. But if you could do this all over again, is there anything you would do differently?
Yeah, I probably called the first day. I should have, but I just didn't want them to run with her like they have now.
Did you ever expect them to run with her?
I knew that if anything really happened and anybody got involved, that they probably would.
Can you tell me why she was with them if you were worried about this?
They were watching her for me while I went to work.
So it was like a babysitting type childcare situation? Yeah. But you thought they might run with her?
No, until they took her, no. Then after that, I was like, well, if anything happens, I'm worried they will run with her. And to be honest with you, I won't lie, I didn't know how good the team was up here. And if I did, I would have called the second that I realized. They are very good. Like I said, they are doing everything they can. And I'm very confident in that. And that makes the situation a lot easier.
Mm-hmm. And so...
Yeah, they were good. They
you
caught
said
you
that. When did you realize that they had completely disappeared?
Like I said, I can't release anything like specific. I'm sure they will at the press conference, but...
So anything else you'd like to add? Anything that you want to tell me about Evelyn?
Her favorite food is sweet potatoes. She's allergic to carrots.
She's allergic to carrots? What else does she like?
She loves those little applesauce pouches.
Yeah.
She's very smart. Like, even she quit her own sippy cup at 6 months old. Or not a sippy cup, but she quit a bottle, I'm sorry. And went straight to a sippy cup. And like, I would leave her snacks on the floor, like in the little containers, and she'd open them up herself and like get one out at a time. Like, she's a very smart, very good baby. And I just want her back.
You just must be so proud of her.
I am.
Is there anything that you would like to say to her?
That I love her and that I will find her. She'll be back as soon as humanly possible.
Anything else you think people should know?
No, not at this moment.
With that aspect, I'm surprised she didn't purposely try to feed that baby them carrots or something. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's so pathetic. I gotta wonder too now, Doodle, why do you think she changed her story and said that they rolled over on the baby?
She freaked out. It's the first
You
thing that
think?
hit her mind. She didn't know. She had no clue. She just knew she had to make up something, and that was the first thing that popped in her head. So obviously, there's no intelligence there between the brain and the mouth. Whatever she thinks, she just says.
Makes sense.
And for her to compliment law enforcement, kiss ass to the law enforcement. Oh,
Sure.
if I'd have known they were this good, yeah, come on.
Jesus, I just realized who she kind of resembles too a little bit. Letitia.
A little bit, yeah.
It's the hair. I think it's the hair that keeps making me see
Could
her
be.
and Leilani and all.
Leilani, yeah.
God. Anyway. Let's see. I think that's gonna be. You said there's what, 15 minutes now? 10.
Yeah, I think we got about 10 now. 10 or 11.
So what do you guys think? What does everybody in here think about this?
Yeah, let's see what chat thinks.
I agree.
Now a funny side eye cat.
Right. I agree with Critical. She did definitely enjoy that attention she was getting from
Oh yeah.
the news
Like I said,
crews.
attention seekers and pathological lying is hand in hand.
Absolutely.
They will say whatever they have to say to get your attention on them.
Absolute wild and
It's
wrong
actually
brigade.
sad. It's actually sad to me to think that people have to live their whole life lying so that someone will pay attention to them. But then it gets so far into this that it can turn so evil that the child takes more attention than they're getting. They can't have it.
Mm-hmm. That makes
Everyone
sense.
just loves baby Evelyn. She's so pretty. Look at her pretty blue eyes. That gives no attention to little Leilani here.
Which is where
You
the
know?
resentment
Right,
probably came
right.
in, which is how she probably did this without even thinking, you
Yep.
know?
And that's crazy to me. Whew.
That's yeah, it is. And that's what happened. Like I said earlier, this little girl got all the attention. She's probably an only child, always got what she wanted. This little angel came along and took all that attention away from her. And even I'm even wondering at this point, knowing hearing what her father said about how he was missing this baby, how he wanted his time, so on and so forth. She was jealous, I think, of the baby and the grandfather, her father, wanting to give his time and his money and things like that to the baby now instead of her, and that's so disgusting to me.
Yep.
So disgusting.
I agree. And it's just so common that it's sad and it's just evil, sickening.
Yeah. No, those were good questions, Phil. I agree. I agree. I
All
think
right,
she
what
was
I'll do is
asking.
I'll pull this back up so we won't miss it and we can just chit chat while this is up just in case if they do pop in we won't miss it.
Sounds good. Whoa. Yes, thank you to Court TV for putting this out. Very much appreciated. And for those of you that are gonna, I asked and double checked. There is no hearing for Koberger today. That was something that was pre venue change, so that's been redirected or canceled, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, okay.
So
All
for
right.
anybody wondering about that, that's not a scenario. It was, but that's why Mama Bear had Latah County on it, because it was something that was set up pre the venue change. So you weren't wrong about anything. Remember, the DSS caseworker was there because of reports of child abuse and neglect before the baby was found. That's true. Like I said, that we saw how the baby was living. There was obviously some form of, and I caught something. I don't know if you guys did or not, but she was talking about how the baby used to pull her hair out in patches. I wonder if she would discipline that baby for doing that.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
She seems like she probably, a lot like Leilani, wants the attention and has regret and resentment. So therefore could be possibly violent towards this child too. So the neglect and the abuse,
Very
Norma,
possible. Very possible.
yeah. I mean, I can't, I'm not going to say that I don't believe that she did. I think she did, but we're waiting on the judge's ruling on the Franks hearing, yay or nay, Norma. And I'm kind of hoping we get one so I can see what's going on. Which hasn't come out as far as I can tell yet. I haven't checked the documents lately, but we shall see. Again, thank you guys for joining us on both sides. I appreciate you, Doodle, for doing this and having me join you.
Yeah, no worries.
I really do. Let me see something. And then again, if you guys haven't yet, please hit the like button. If you're on my side of things, please jump over and hit the like button and share it on Doodle's side, please, if you would. I greatly
And same.
appreciate
If you're
that.
on my side, head on over to Dago's. Hit some likes.
We have about the same amount of people on both sides right now. It's pretty funny. Let's see here.
We got 2 minutes, so it shouldn't be long, guys.
You think he'll allow it to? I think he kind of will too, Norma. The way he was sounding, I think he might. Truly.
Thank you, Norma.
Oh my God.
What? You okay?
Yeah, but no.
Okay. What?
Jeez. Mama Bear just sent me a message. She's not at her computer right now.
Okay.
About 6 minutes ago, she said, I'm not at my computer, but wanted to let you know that Groucho passed away about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mama Bear. I'm gonna go ahead and take her off the screen, but I'm gonna leave her backstage just in case she feels like she needs to come up and talk to us.
No, of course, of course. I feel so bad. I
Oh,
just asked how he was doing,
man.
and she said he's getting bad, and I'm like, good Lord.
Oh, man. I'm so sorry, Mama Bear.
I feel so bad for her.
I know, me too. It's so hard, our animals become our babies.
Agreed. Lord have mercy. Poor little guy. Well, at least he's not in pain anymore. Jesus. I'm so, so sorry, Mama Bear. I think she'll be back. She's probably dealing with that situation right now, and the kids and
No,
all.
Peggy, it wasn't Evelyn pulling her own hair out. It was Evelyn pulling pulling Megan's hair out. Like Kristen always used to like play with my hair and pull. You
Yeah,
know how babies pull.
Ginny did that to me too. My beard, especially, she loved to rip that out.
Oh yeah, Preston loved Papa's beard. He would just constantly like run his fingers in his beard.
Ginny would grab it with both hands like this and just.
Oh,
I cut it.
ouch.
I cut it down and off for a while because of that. I didn't grow one, so yeah.
They should be back anytime.
Yeah, it's 1:16 here, so poor Mama Bear. Good Lord. I'm wondering. I wonder how long it's actually going to take before they get through everything. If it's going to take the full stretch,
It'll
or if it's
probably take a few weeks there, so yeah. See, I don't know how that's what I was saying. I don't know with you how, because you have like a different schedule than me, but once you're up here, it'll air on your side too. So if you have to hop down, it'll still air. As long as I'm live, it'll still go through. So at
oh
any
no,
time you have to walk away, it's okay.
no, I'm good. I was just curious as to how long it would take because I think there was when we did Leilani's trial, they had it slated for a certain amount of time and they were done way earlier than they thought. You know what I mean?
Oh, they're back. Yeah. Yep. Here we
Just
go.
curious if it was going to be the same thing or if they were going to go to the full stint. Here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Onward and upward.
That's true, Norma. Onward and upward. You're using my stuff now. That's funny. I know it'd be a good idea, Phil. It would be a good idea. Jeez, Peggy. I'll be right back, Doodle. I gotta go refill my cup.
Okay. 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 Dago's gone. We can say how we really feel. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I expect it.
I know.
We met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
more.
And who was present there at the sheriff's office when you spoke to Ms. Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Harass.
All right. And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
Okay. And is that here in Blumpville, Sullivan
Yes,
County?
Sullivan County.
All right. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Harass?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Ms. Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62.
Be full exhibit.
All right. And if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has, well, what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you only. The actual evidence is what's said in the video. Everybody understand that?
Well, we're back. Hello. Ethan does not have the baby. But I don't know where she's at, so she hasn't yet or left. He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas. He has seen her. I promise you, yeah. And he went back to where is he at? Fort Polk, Louisiana. Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know where he is either. Does that not concern you? I mean, yeah, but like, you all not know at all where she is? No. Well, what can we do? That's what we're trying to figure out. Can you put on a camera or something? When is the last time you've seen her? I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January. Well, he went back. Let me go back. January the 1st. And he did not take her. Well, then I don't know. I really don't like. What do you do when your child's missing? And you told us you were going to meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. No. What was that about? I was going to try to contact him again and meet me. You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard. That's where the last time that I went to go see her was.
How did you want to contact them? You said that you didn't have a phone number.
I was gonna try to message him from Hunter's stuff, get a hold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December.
And he came back up in December.
Right. And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and Hunter went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu and
I didn't have
because of the
her with me.
grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen where you dropped Evelyn off of you? That you're saying it was that?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's?
It was before New Year's because me and Hunter didn't have her on New Year's. Me and Hunter went to a party on New Year's.
So how long have you and Hunter been together?
A couple months. Are you gonna put on Ambler or anything, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan whenever you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even let me pull up the driveway, drop her off, maybe walk it up.
Walk in
the driveway.
What kind of relationship do you and Ethan have now, as far as?
What do you mean?
Are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him and he does not answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responded. I mean, I believe him up on his phone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to text him. He's not responded. I've left him voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer. Does not call back.
And what do you ask him in these text messages or voicemails you're leaving?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My real mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
I was just wondering if she still live on West Carter's Valley?
She's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's going to go to the hotel for the night.
Let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know because, I know when Ethan was in the Army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the Army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just feel like months and weeks without talking to me. Never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the Army. So, I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the one.
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but like as far as I knew, anytime that like they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step grandfather, and he would like all the time ask him about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
Okay.
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of like stopped talking to his family. They didn't really help him out while he was here or went to the army.
And you don't have a phone?
No, I use others.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her?
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about, too, the broke arm.
I don't think he ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke, though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know. I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple of times when she was trying to walk, she was like falling bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But, like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. Like, I can't whip a kid. You know what I mean? I know some people disagree.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they.
Well, yeah, but I
walk,
mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, Mama called and said that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that. Like, because for one, like, I'd never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know. Because when kids are bad, like, you know, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something. Like, and like I said, I know a lot of people disagree, but I feel like you should spank your kids. I'm not one of those people.
Now, when you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some of her baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only, like, bottles I had for her was just, like, one sippy cup. And it wasn't even, like, a sippy cup. It was, like, one of the kids, like, new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, like, the straws in it? She's already switched the straws. And I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just, like, go buy, like, little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I had baby stuff at, like, a mommy's and stuff like that. My grandma's. And the car seat's in Hunter's truck. Her car seat.
Is that what you were going to use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, we can take the Lexus to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
So, tomorrow at 4, who were we going to meet down there? Since
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he really did not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? Then, like, when was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Tomorrow's the 19th, right? The 18th, yeah, the date's right.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me if I have custody of her, and I said you'll have to take me to court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want to have custody, we're going to go to court, and it's going to be set up like the right way. They're not going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
When did that happen? When did he get mad about that? So when
It was like the day of Christmas.
When did you all officially break up?
sometime in November. I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him.
Yeah.
Whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at this guy named Clint's house that Hunter's friend with.
To a New Year's Eve party?
Yeah. Hunter's first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
Went to a New Year's Eve party. Where was that at?
It's in Piney Flat at Clint's house.
She said Clint.
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend.
It's one of Hunter's friends.
So what do you think about the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm kind of panicking on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do.
That was Michelle. She's on her way down to get this all started.
Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me, and there's no supervisor. They're on their way from Kingsport.
Okay.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over New Year's?
Mm-mm. Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi, or whatever you want, that I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport. Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Bluntville? You thought he was living in Bluntville?
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Bluntville, because it's on Memorial Boulevard, in between.
Questions?
So what do you want to do when Amber looks out? Like, what's the process after
Well,
that?
we're gonna have to find this baby tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's gotta be found.
So what happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here. But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her. You don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you
Or Hunter, do you call him Hunter?
Yeah, that's his middle name. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought
well,
Hunter was-
well, I didn't know what you called him. Was Hunter jealous of the baby because it was by another person? I was just asking, because some people, you know, are like that.
No, he's not like that.
You know, maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that I wasn't his baby. We said thoughts like that all the time. I'd be like, I'll give you DNA test. I know this child's yours.
There's my supervisor.
Great question, Critical Minds. I thought the same thing.
Ethan and I used to get into it. He used to like threaten to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person. I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you as an investigator of DCS continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
No.
Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant, Megan Boswell, that her child was missing?
No.
Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
No.
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn?
No. No.
Okay. Either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
No.
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And what was that through?
That was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn had for you.
Scott?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was and interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes. So,
Sounds right. Yeah.
Did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go, or is he need to remain under subpoena?
I don't think we're even judged.
Mr. Lewis, oh, I'm sorry. You agree, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You released from your subpoena. You can't go, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Statement called Casey Salts.
Last name?
Salts, Saults.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Salts.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Salts, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you live?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm going to ask you just maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Or we'd ask the court to acknowledge that she's identified the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or do you, and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking it kind of in the past tense. It's now closed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes. Check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in. And then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. Based on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? How often would they come in?
They would come in once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay. So for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay. What about from, say, 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay. And same from 9 to 12 months, it would be just one
Yes.
visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay.
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
Okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient?
Yes.
Including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes. They would get like an automated call the day before.
Okay.
And we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
Okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I need to
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
We
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Okay. We're just going to ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe, did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay. And did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And okay. And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time, around early December?
Yes.
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
My aunt.
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson.
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times.
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
In early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself?
Yes.
Of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she had been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn?
Objection. I think we're getting far afield here.
I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told. Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit. Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
I'm going to pass you a document and see if you can identify it. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay. And do you recognize what that document is?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
The reminder card.
Yeah. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Okay. Can you see that okay? Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did. Where
Okay.
she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay. And how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger mostly.
Okay. And had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first
Yes.
time?
No, I've communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
Okay. Pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we were talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
Any objection? No, sir. The full exhibit 64.
Permission to publish. Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. 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 So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was.
And what was her response?
That she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
Okay. And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you. I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I just believe it's 2 pages. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay. So that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
Any objection?
No, sir.
So the December 6th message.
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry. To keep the, this is one continuous. I'm going to give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please. Okay. And do you recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes.
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
Yes.
Okay. But that's to be that collective exhibit number 65.
Be full exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish? Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through one page at a time of this, okay?
Mhm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry,
December 6th, 2019.
and what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay, and what did you ask her?
Where she was working.
And what did Megan Boswell say?
The chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Okay. Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
Okay. And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to
Yes.
you? Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from
Okay.
4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. And does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say. And then she's staying after to clean too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the well child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh,
Forget,
we
is that,
went
was
over
that on the slide? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes.
And what does she say to you?
For her well child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay. I'm going to pass you one last set of photographs. I'll give you a second to read through them. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger.
Okay. What is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th
Okay.
of 2019.
Okay. And is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 66.
What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor. Permission to publish. Again, I'm going to show it to you one page at a time. you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Okay. Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said
actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
no.
Okay. So then what did you say?
I said, I need to know. Dr. Pugh is asking. She's not happy about her missing these appointments.
Okay. And what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
That she was going to switch her pediatrician to somewhere closer.
Okay. And did she say anything else?
That she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
I told her no, it's okay. Dr. Pugh is just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. All right. Okay. How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay. And during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, et cetera,
Yes.
of the child? Okay. And I'm assuming you personally, you've met Evelyn yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay.
2019.
Okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents and they were busy. So she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay. So she just came by to visit and
Yeah.
it was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
Okay. All right. Okay. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn.
Okay. Ms. Saltz, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Ms. Massengill asked you right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should, or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the infancy of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
That's all the questions I have.
Are you ready?
No, you're right.
Can she be released from stand?
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. She can be released.
Ms. Sauce, thank you for your testimony today. And you can, be released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
State was called Dr. Barbara Pugh.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Barbara Pugh.
Solemnly swear or affirm testimony about you is true. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired, but I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right. Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there at Premier Pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
So how did that work when you had a patient there at the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient or was it just kind of on a
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
All right. And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics, we consider that of concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep. Mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got Sodex for a couple of days, but she went home at 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days is how she was, but she came for the second visit and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well. Okay. She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal.
Okay.
No.
Developing normal like a
Yes,
a
she was
newborn
growing well and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay. So meeting normal milestones, nothing that would, as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
Okay. You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th, 2019?
That probably would have been her 12, it should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that, but she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
All right. And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see the child regularly during the early parts of her life, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
we have a.
Okay. So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
Well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up, but all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a sick visit.
So the last time your office saw her.
Yes.
Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients there?
When I sold my practice to when the charge of maintained with Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
All right. Okay. Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please.
Exhibit 67.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
So all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my
Not
understanding?
the first and the last visit. I didn't see
Okay,
her.
last. But you would have had access to, when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician's examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to require to investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way she
Yes.
should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her, her maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or yes.
That's all questions I have.
Reader,
No, you're right.
is she free to go?
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena. You're free to go. All right, next.
State call Paul Miller.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
Paul Miller?
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole
Yes.
truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right there. Speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, just getting this straight for everybody, you are Ethan Perry's step grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Ethan ever live with you? Never live with you?
That wasn't me. That's on them.
What the heck?
I don't know. That's on them, though.
They're glitching. Come on, guys, get it together. They must be having connection issues themselves. Come on.
Yeah, I keep checking. I'm like, is it me? Is it me? But it's not.
No, that's their connection side. Somebody needs to tell them. Come on. Oh, good Lord. Oh. Thought I seen it. What happened? They must have. Mr. Sunshine, welcome. Good to see you.
Says technical difficulties. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Please
shit.
stand by.
I'm gonna sit. I don't want to stand.
Yeah, I'm not
I'll sit.
standing.
I'll sit. Bye.
Critical says, I come over here because Doodle makes you keep your clothes on over there.
Never said clothes were on over here either, did I, Critical? Just saying. You don't know. All you say is my shirt.
Yikes.
It's okay. You doing all right, Mom Bear?
Yeah, it'll probably hit me pretty hard later tonight.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
I feel bad because I brought it up earlier, just checking, and damn.
Well, I told my husband yesterday that I thought it would happen within the next 24 to 48 hours, and I pretty much nailed it. So,
Right. Well, you got all of our condolences. I know that much. So,
I appreciate it.
so sorry. I feel so bad. Are you talking to me, Tomboy?
Hey, Mr. Sunshine.
What'd you say, Duty?
I said, hey, Mr. Sunshine.
Mr. Sunshine.
All right. So did you continue to follow Megan and follow what was going on with baby Evelyn?
I did.
Okay. How often would Megan post pictures and stuff like that on Facebook?
Frequently.
Ooh, that's a bad connection.
All right. Did you ever get to meet Evelyn and Megan?
I
together?
did. Shortly before Halloween in 2000, I guess it was 19. I'd called her and we set up a meeting. Told her I would like to meet her, and so she met me and my wife at the Cracker Barrel, and we got to meet her.
Okay. So something that was important to you. You could see your granddaughter, right?
It was great granddaughter.
Right.
Yeah.
Great granddaughter. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. And you said this was late October 2019. Okay. Did you see Ethan at any point in time that year?
Not before that. I didn't see him until right before Christmas.
Okay. And what happened right before Christmas?
I had tried to get Megan to bring Evelyn to the house. I wanted her to give her a gift and get to see her. And so I'd set that up with her. And then I found out Ethan was in also. And anyway, he ended up getting them both to come. I didn't know if they were going to come at the same time, but they did. They came at the same time in the same car.
All right. And so they both came over to your house there in Johnson City.
Correct.
Right before Christmas.
Correct.
Was Evelyn with Megan?
She was not.
Okay. Did you inquire where she was?
I did.
And
She told me that Evelyn had the flu and was staying with her grandmother, and that she was sick and didn't want to expose us.
okay. All right. So did you go on to visit with Megan and Ethan while they were there?
We did.
You mentioned that you had Christmas gifts for Evelyn.
Correct.
Did you give them to Megan?
I did.
After she left, did you ever get any photos or messages or anything that showed Evelyn with the gifts that you'd given her?
Oh, I asked her before she left the house. I said, please send me a video of her opening her gift. And she said she would, but I did not get that. And then later I did text her and ask her if Evelyn liked her gift, and she said yes.
You never saw any photos?
Never saw any photos.
You testified earlier, mentioned that you got to see Evelyn in late October 2019.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see her after that?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
Mr. Miller, you said that Megan made you aware you were a grandparent.
Correct.
And that y'all were friends on Facebook.
Yes, sir.
And that Megan posted pictures of her and Evelyn frequently.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Was it fairly regular?
Yes, sir.
And I imagine you liked or commented on those photos from time to time.
Yes, sir.
And did it appear from those photos that Megan enjoyed being a mother?
It did.
That she loved the child?
It did.
And that she was enjoying time spending with that child, spending time with that child?
It did.
And you actually met Evelyn, did I understand you?
Yes, sir.
And spent some time with her?
Yes, sir.
And during all of those photographs that you've seen and the time you were with Megan and Evelyn, did you ever have reason to suspect that Megan was maybe abusing this child or neglecting this child?
No, sir.
It'd be fair to say that she actually loved this child a lot.
It appeared to me she did.
Okay, it's fair. And that she enjoyed motherhood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So other than up until December, then you had no cause or no reason to believe that Evelyn was in danger or wasn't being cared for.
Correct.
That's all the questions we have.
He be released.
You can't judge. Yes, sir.
Mr. Miller, thank you for your testimony. You're released from your subpoena, sir. And you're free to go.
Thank you.
Click 15. One stand, please.
What are they doing? Are they getting rid of the jury?
Yeah, for a break, I'm sure.
It's pee-pee time.
Maybe seated, thank you.
Can we say 15 minutes?
Stand to recess.
All right, all right. What y'all think? Oh, wake up, there you go.
I'm trying. I'm
I
trying.
know you are. I know.
Some of this
Mom,
one's
you have a
slow
link
going.
in Messenger if you want. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dago.
I don't remember what I was going to say now. I'm sorry.
One time at band camp. Oh no, that wasn't it, was it?
No.
No?
That
Oh, okay.
story you
All right.
save for later.
Okay. All right.
Oh shit. Forgot it again. Good Lord, I'm leaking today.
You know, they
some
make diapers like for adults now. It's a pretty cool idea.
for your brain?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you didn't say what was leaking. You just said I'm leaking today. So I was
My
just letting you
brain,
know.
my brain's leaking.
Oh.
I was gonna say, I think this is what I was gonna say. This one, some
I
of these
got you
trials,
so thrown off.
yes, I'm completely upside down now. Some of these trials are so slow going because, it does get to be tiring, but you don't want to miss it because you never know when you're gonna hear. Hello there, kitty. You never know when you're gonna hear something important. So that's
Yeah, I
all.
just had like 2 pots of coffee so far today, and I usually only have 2 cups. So y'all are in for a wild ride.
Oh boy, you're gonna be in one of my mood
Right.
movers.
Right.
I've actually not drank as much as I wanted to. Yeah, that's gonna be you in about 30 minutes. I can see colors.
No,
I
I
can
just
see.
get giggly and like nervous. That's it.
When I get like that, I feel like I can see smells. Do you know what I mean? I can smell
Yeah, you
colors.
know, the anxiety. It can really cause some major anxiety if you already suffer from it because
Yes,
it
it
makes you
does.
so shaky. But we'll
Yes.
go back to since we have a few minutes. Wisdom. I'm sure if you were here yesterday, you'll see this. This is how wisdom feels about this whole thing. And welcome, Mom. I'm gonna add you right on up there.
Oh, we got
This is
mom.
how wisdom. Hi, Mom.
Hello.
Hello. This is how wisdom feels about this whole case.
I'd like to shoot you in the ass with the BB gun. Lay there in the tall grass and laugh at what I'd done. Put a blood blister upon each bun. I'd like to shoot you in the ass with the BB gun.
Well, hell yeah.
I was waiting on a yeehaw from Mom, but nope.
I was on mute. Yeehaw.
Thank you.
Y'all missed it. You're very welcome. I'm here to please. So what did I miss today? Anything? Oh, look at that winner.
Just lies.
It's a nice winner.
Have you seen my window?
Just the same old, same old.
Just the family and the doctors so far, or have they had any detectives or anything of that nature?
Who was that feller guy? The guy that cleaned out the trailer.
There was the guy that cleaned the trailer. Yeah.
Oh, I heard him. Bless his heart.
I almost said Tyler Keller. I know, that poor guy.
I wondered if he's related to him. That's what I almost said too, Doodle. And then the
I mean,
grandfather.
it is Tennessee.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I wonder if he was related to him. If he is, I'm sorry. Um, yeah, they haven't really put out too much, have they, Doodle?
No, no.
It's pretty slow going.
Mm.
Nothing to get upset about, though. So,
So the defense is
Not yet.
useless as usual.
yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
Perfect.
I mean, I think you were in here when they were trying to pin it on her father, basically claiming that he had to know she was there or something,
No, I
that
missed
point.
most of his testimony.
Yeah, they asked him if where the playhouse was in comparison to his mother's house, and you didn't walk past that on a regular basis, so on and so forth, and that kind of stuff. Just trying to put it like they do, trying to pull everything away from
Reasonable
the
doubt.
yeah, 100%.
Hmm.
So that's about it. I can't imagine that they're going to have a whole lot of anything. Like, I think that's what Sherry's saying, that's a good sign because they don't seem to have a lot.
Yeah, I feel like
Defense.
they have everything.
Say again, Doodle.
I feel like the prosecution has everything they need in defense. Really, what kind of defense can they possibly do but bring in just different people in hopes to
Yeah,
say that she was a good mom when obviously she's not? But prosecution, I think, has a wrap tight case.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, like I said yesterday with this, they're just going to keep pointing at her family, trying to blame it on the. It's like it's going to be a character uh, build is all they're going to do, and say that her character's like this because of her family. Well, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make you mean that you get to kill your child because your family screwed you up. And I don't even believe all that at this point. I think she's all on her own, the person she is. Granted, they spoiled her, but we all spoil our kids. They don't turn into murderers, you know? So they can
Nope.
miss me with that bullshit. Yeah, useless is being nice, Tree Nut. She's beyond useless. She's an oxygen thief. I can't stand this girl. Like I said earlier to Doodle, I swear I think she's worse than Leilani. As hard as that is to believe, because I showed a little bit of some of the interviews she did, Mom, and Doodle pointed it out like right out of the gate how easy she lied and when you can tell she was gonna lie and this and that, and it was to me some of what she was saying could have been believable, which is sad. So she did it right out, and she was thinking up this stuff right off her hip like it was no big deal, blaming her mom for this and that and everything else. It's really damn shame.
Well, that's what a habitual liar does.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And, she was in the right state of mind enough to never, you can watch all of those interviews. You can sit and watch every one of them. I think there's like 5 of them.
Mm-hmm.
She never once refers to Evelyn in the past tense.
No, she was good at what she did.
Not
I think
one time does
Actually,
she
she
say,
did one
did
time.
she?
One time,
there
yep,
was once Virginia.
just once.
Yeah, Virginia caught it where she said, "I loved her" with an ed on her. Loved her, but I think she even caught that herself. But still, she was good. She's definitely a narcissistic, sociopathic, psychopathic, tree beaving, whatever else you want to call her.
Yeah, she's so pathological that
Yes.
she smirks because she thinks she is convinced who she's speaking to, and that's why she overcompensates every detail because she's
Yeah.
trying to convince them. And once she thinks she's got them, then she gets a little giggly, like she's controlling the situation. But obviously, they saw right through her crap.
I can't wait to show this to my wife. She's gonna have a field day with this one. The trial part of it. She saw the interviews, but the trial side, I can't wait. They haven't really
Yeah, I
pulled
looked for
anyone.
that too, Nancy. I looked for them to try to do the postpartum depression deal, but they haven't yet.
Is it known? We know that she faked and lied about her pregnancy, but is it known if this was the only child she ever gave birth to?
I don't think we really know.
Okay, I didn't know that. She did. She fooled a lot of people. And you don't feel, if you're one of them, don't feel bad because I was one of them too a little bit. In the beginning, I was kind of fooled a bit. So, and that's a scary thing. If you can fool people like that, that's scary.
Think if she could have done something positive with all of this and not negative. She may have made a difference in the world in a good way if she'd have been a good human. But instead,
Mm.
she's a shitty one. So here we are.
And sadly, we see so many of these people that have those talents that are bad humans, period. They use it all for negative stuff.
Look at
Do
those
we have
little
a
toes.
witness list? I know. I love toe
Uh,
beans.
Oh, I know. Look, them
Toby,
little toes. Oh, she's so beautiful.
my wife sings that song. Have you heard the Toe Bean song?
Mm-mm.
No.
My wife, she took Dolly Parton's Jolene song and turned it into Toe Beans and sings it just like that.
Oh boy.
It is too funny.
You're gonna have her do that on one of your lives.
I will. I'll get her. She sings it all the time. Shoot, especially when there's baby feet around. She
Yeah,
loves
she
it.
doesn't seem like she's shy at all. I love that about her.
Not even remotely. I wish she was sometimes. Not even
Uh,
close.
does she embarrass you when you're out and about?
She has. Yes,
Oh,
she
I love
has.
it. Go, Brandy.
I have done it to her once, but she has many a times for me. But that's why I love her. She has no fear of the world, and she's got the biggest heart you'll ever see in your life. So yes. Did I just see the judge's bald head? I did. There it is. It's moving.
Now somebody's scooting through there with a shine head.
Hmm. I can't get past how adorable. This baby looks like a Gerber baby to me.
Oh, she is absolutely beautiful. Those
She's
little
perfect.
cheeks. Oh, I've spoiled that baby so rotten.
Agreed, and I don't see how anybody, and I don't care what this baby did, could ever, 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 ever show any negativity to this baby. I would want to
So
give her
sad.
everything and then some in the world.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, there's a special place in hell for people that hurt children. Really.
Hmm. As mom would say, could it be Satan? The church lady.
Oh, I don't have the church lady, but I wish mom could play that.
Hmm.
I see mom's mind working as we
I was
look
just
at
gonna say
this.
that. I can see it too.
She's in such deep thought. She's like, Doodle, I got this.
She leaned forward and was like, really now?
Yeah, she's serious when she's leaning forward.
They should play that every time she walks back in the courtroom. Good Lord.
You have to pop it up. Pop it,
I
pop
don't
it,
know.
pop
Let me
it.
think. Let me knock on Mr. Noggin. Who could trick us into doing that? Could have been Satan.
Exactly.
Oh Lord.
In the flesh, there she is. Satan is a female. Many of them. Lord, Lord, Lord. But there's people on 23rd cup of coffee.
You know how I am with sad stuff. I have to. I just to cope. We got to have some laughter because it's heavy. This stuff gets heavy.
Yeah. Anytime we deal with like a baby or just anything, yes, it eats me from the inside. I'm telling you guys, it's rough. I saw a video of a woman singing Jolene in the opposite message. Jolene, come and get this. That's funny. I love it.
Yeah, that was probably me. Jolene, come and get this guy. Come on.
Pop me up, Doodle.
Oh, we got another one.
I know him.
And that there, folks, is Satan's attorney.
Here to please.
I know him.
That's the defense attorney right there. Did you see you missed the interview with him, didn't you, Mom? Or did you see that?
No, I saw that this morning. He's a jackass.
You could see the look on his face when they asked him. I think he even knows how guilty this dumbass is.
I could never be a defense attorney. I'd be a horrible defense attorney. And don't ever put me on a jury either.
No.
I would not be good on a jury. If I ever get sequestered, I'm just going to tell them right off the bat, you don't want me up here. I'm a victim's advocate, and they're guilty.
Sitting in the box. I can just see it right now. Why are you lying, you dumb bitch? What are you doing? But sorry, Doodle, but I can just hear it. I can hear it right now. I have a whole visual.
You live on a hill of lies.
Exactly. I could just see it. Oh, wow. So, do we all think she's going to get life without parole? Do we think she's going to get... I pray to God that there's no deal. I think it's too late for that anyway.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah, I think it's too late for a plea. Surely.
Yeah, if they were going to give her a plea, they would have done it yesterday.
That's what
in my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I thought
early
they were
this morning. Like
Yeah, I
early
thought they
this
were doing
morning
that
when they started court, they would have.
Mhm.
That would have been, they would have done already had them eggs in their basket before we started trial this morning.
And with as
Good.
bad as this has been, with as far as evidence goes, I don't see the state even remotely thinking about offering her this. There, in turn, I feel that she could get life without parole, truly, because of how she
I
did
hope
this.
so. I hope so, and I hope she gets some good old jailhouse justice. Just in my personal opinion.
Just a little bit of the.
Oh, with that pretty dark long hair, they'll love her in there. That's easier for them to grab her.
Eye for an eye.
You just braid it, make a rope out of it.
Wrap some tinfoil around her
Just
face.
my opinion. Oh yeah, definitely.
And then have the
Aw.
biggest Bertha in prison sit on her.
My goodness, they got her dressed like Hillary. Goodness, that's not a
know.
good look there.
No, I know the song Tomboy, Prison Bitch. I love this song, actually. I think that was a Rodney Carrington song.
Trying
Yeah,
to
I
make a
agree.
silk purse out of a sow.
Right.
Oh, Lord.
I agree, Peggy. She better. I know. I think I was a little let down with the Leilani Simon case. I mean, she ain't coming out anytime soon, but I just still didn't feel like it was enough. So hopefully this one gets what she deserves.
Yep, Judge is smiling. He got a nice stiff drink on his lunch break.
His cheeks are red. Look, he probably did.
Yeah, his nose will be red before it's over.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. What time do you think they're gonna go till today?
Probably about 5. It depends on each state. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it should be about almost 3 o'clock there. Oh, that means Mr. Caden's going to be coming storming in the door here any minute. Yup. Idaho ran that one hearing we were here for till about 7:30, 8 o'clock one night. That was a long one.
Yeah, they may do that here too. I don't know.
Depends on how bad this guy wants this done. He looks like the head coach for the Chiefs, the Kansas City Chiefs, going to the Super Bowl.
Well, I hope this guy is a little bit better than that guy, 'cause I can't stand that guy.
Yeah. Did everything in town go well, Mom?
Yes.
You know, every time you say that, I have this vision.
State is ready, Judge. Yes, sir.
Of you driving like 50 miles to go to town and handle everything and come back. And
No, it's not 50 miles.
This reminds me of like Little House on the Prairie. I have to go off to town.
One stand, please.
The jury ratio,
Yes,
male to female.
All aboard.
Does anybody know that? What the ratio is in the jury, male to female?
8-6.
8 to 6.
Yeah, I know it was 6. I couldn't remember which way it went though.
So
8
6
men,
women, 8.
6 women.
I feel like if it was more women, they'd probably have her like
You may be seated, thank you.
burnt on the cross.
More women can't look at just these babies.
State would call Stephen Lawrence.
Right.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Stephen Lawrence.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. Proceed.
Oh my God, Tomboy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lawrence.
Good afternoon.
You are Stephen Lawrence, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
I do.
And how is it that you know her?
She was friends with my little sister.
And who's your little sister?
Her name was Madison Broom.
Okay. Did you know her through high school, or how were they friends?
I believe it was high school.
Okay. Were you aware that Miss Boswell had a daughter by the name of Evelyn?
I was.
Okay. Did Miss Boswell come to visit you at some apartments that you were building in Johnson City back on December the 8th of 2019?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay. Do you know why she was there to see you?
The apartment building I had, my sister that I'd mentioned had passed away, and I was going to name the building after her. So she had come by to see the building.
Did Miss Boswell have Evelyn with her on that day?
She did not.
Okay. Did you inquire as to where Evelyn was?
I asked about Evelyn, yes.
Okay. And what did Megan tell you?
She was with the father.
Okay. And did you know, was that Ethan Perry, or who did she tell you? The father?
Ethan was the father, I believe, at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, on February the 25th of 2020, were you contacted by Megan?
I don't remember the dates to be exact, but I was contacted after the visit. Yes.
Okay.
I believe that was about the time frame. Yes.
All right. Was this during the time frame in which Evelyn was reported missing?
Going off memory, yes.
Okay. And why did she contact you?
She was pretty much seeking some help in general.
Okay. What did you do after she called you?
I obviously was wanting to help assist in finding Evelyn. I said if we can find Evelyn, then I'd try to help in any way I could. Brought her up to Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and tried to have her speak with detectives and whatnot to get answers.
Okay. Did you go pick her up or?
I did.
Okay. Where did you pick her up?
It was in, she was staying with my mom at the time. So I believe it was in Bluntville.
Okay. All right. And so you picked her up, you brought her up here, you said up to the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay. Did you stay there with her or what did you do?
I dropped her off and then I had left.
Okay. After you left, did you receive any sort of communication from her after that?
Yeah, she afterwards had said she was done up here and I had come back and picked her up.
Okay. And what did you do after you picked her up?
We drove around for a little bit. And as I was just kind of waiting. I had brought her up here, like I'd said, to speak to detectives and try to make more leeway on where Evelyn was.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Ms. Boswell while you all were driving around?
We did.
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't recall a lot with all the time that has passed. I believe I had asked her in that ride if Evelyn was missing when she had came and visited the apartments back in December, and she said that she was missing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott may have for you.
No, just a minute.
Yeah.
Judge, we don't have any questions.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for your testimony. You're released from the opinion.
State we call Audrey Gibbs.
Right, Craving. I'm going to say when she had the day she gave birth to this child, Mike. That's when her selfishness kicked in.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name.
My name is Audrey Gibbs.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Been better.
Okay. Just breathe. You'll be fine. You need a minute?
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay. All right. You need to just let me know if you need to take a breath, okay?
Okay.
All right. If you would state your name for the record, please.
Yes, it's Audrey Gibbs.
And Miss Gibbs, where do you live?
I live in Kingsport, Tennessee.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Miss Boswell?
We met in 7th grade.
Okay. You known her since then?
Yeah.
How long ago was that?
It's been quite a minute. Over 10 years here.
Okay. Did you also attend high school with her?
Freshman year, yeah.
Okay. And where was that?
That was at Central.
Here in Blounteville?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you know Miss Boswell's daughter, Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you friends with Miss Boswell after Evelyn was born?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or visit with her?
Quite often, yes.
Okay. When you say quite often, how often are we, how
Almost-
frequently are we talking?
Almost every day. You know, in 2019, we hung out a lot. Megan was one of my closest friends then. We would sometimes take trips together, and, you know, Evelyn was always there with us.
Okay. So that would have been right after Evelyn was born. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How old was Evelyn at the time?
I think, you know, I mean, we hung out the whole time. I mean, in the summer, I believe she would be like, you know, 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, something like that. I can't remember her exact age during that time. I just know
Okay. You were seeing her
quite often.
very frequently during that time.
Yeah.
What were your observations as far as Megan and her being a parent to Evelyn?
You know, for the most part, it was all right. There was no complaints there, but there were some things like that I noticed. Like sometimes it would be a long time before she would change her diaper, and it'd be like, hey, do you need to change her diaper or anything like that? There was also one time with the car seat. I had noticed that she hadn't buckled her in, and I just mentioned, hey, you know, it's you better buckle in Evelyn and stuff. It's not safe for you to ride around. You could get in a car accident. She could get hurt. And just those two things I noticed. But other than that, not really much else.
Okay. She appeared to care for Evelyn.
Yeah,
Love
yeah,
her.
yeah, definitely.
Good mom.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever babysit for Megan?
No. No, we would hang out together. We would, you know, either go to the park, or one time we went to the aquarium in Pigeon Forge. We would always just do like family friendly things. You know, one time we also tie-dyed together with Evelyn. I made like a onesie for my daughter that day because it was before she was born.
At some point in time, do you leave the Tri-Cities area?
Yes. So after my baby shower, I did move to Knoxville with my the father of my child to live with his family at just Knoxville.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yes, it would have been early November.
Of 2019?
Yes.
All right. It's kind of a silly question, but did you have your child?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
That was December 9th, 2019.
Not going to forget that date. All right. Did Megan come to see you while you were in the hospital?
Yes, she did with my other best friend Bailey.
Okay. What's Bailey's last name?
Bailey Hawkins.
Okay. So the two of them, you were in Knoxville, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the two of them came together to see you while you were still in the hospital?
Yes, it was right after I'd given birth.
Did Megan have Evelyn with her that day?
No, she didn't.
Okay.
Which would have been the first time I saw her without Evelyn ever.
You trailed off a little bit there at the end. Did you say ever?
Oh, yeah, that would be the first time that I would ever see her without Evelyn, because every time otherwise we hung out together with Evelyn always.
Okay. She always had Evelyn with her.
Yeah.
Did you notice anything unusual about Megan that day?
Yes. So I was just trying to tell my birthing story because, you know, I kind of had a little bit of a traumatic one. So I was just, you know, telling her and Bailey about that. And Megan's behavior that day was just a little weird. She just kind of had like a weird look in her eyes. And then she just kept saying over and over to me, like, I love you. And just like, I love you. I love you. I love you. It was just over and over until I would acknowledge that. And, you know, eventually I just say like, I love you too. But I mean, I was trying to tell a story.
So that was not her normal behavior.
No,
Not the normal way y'all would interact.
No, normally, you know, we'd have just like a regular old conversation back and forth.
Did you ask her where Evelyn was?
Yes, I did. I asked her where Evelyn was, and I can't remember who she said she was with, but I just thought that was kind of strange at the time because, you know, normally she couldn't find a babysitter. It's hard for her too.
After her visit, did you communicate or stay in touch with her?
Yes.
And how was it that you communicated with Megan?
Mainly through Instagram.
Did Megan talk at all about Evelyn?
Well, she wouldn't directly bring her up, but I would ask, about Evelyn, and if Kyrie could meet Evelyn because, they were supposed to be besties.
Okay. Who is Kyrie?
That's my daughter.
Okay. All right. So you said you talked about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Did Megan ever bring her up or talk about her, show any pictures?
She didn't show pictures, but she would answer my questions. If I asked about Evelyn, she would just say, she's good, but she's not with me. She said one time that that Evelyn was with Ethan. Well, actually, that's really the only thing she told me was just that Evelyn was with Ethan.
Okay. And you said that this was after your visit on December the 9th. So
Yes.
do you remember conversations back in January of 2020? Would you have had conversations with her on Instagram at that point in time?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify what's shown in that.
Yes, this is just mine and hers Instagram messages.
Okay. Is that a conversation that you had with her on January the 19th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Is that a true and accurate depiction of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to make that exhibit. Sorry. 68. It's Instagram. Yes, Judge. And I'm going to ask to publish that to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. Just for clarification, I noticed at the top it says Maggie May. Is that how you had her, or is that her handle on?
That was her handle on Instagram.
Okay, and the tagline there, Maggie_Wood 23.
Wait, sorry, that was her handle. The first part that was just like her name, how it's shown on Instagram, but the under part's the handle.
Okay.
Sorry.
So that's how her name displays as Maggie May.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so her part of the conversation there is on the left. Yours is on the right. Is that correct? Okay. So on January the 19th, 2020, you got a message from her, WYD. Can you tell us what that stands for those of us who may not know?
Yes, that means what you doing.
Okay. And did you respond to that?
Yes.
All right. And again, you used
This is slang term, sorry.
NMWBU, what does that stand for?
That means not much. What about you?
Okay. And what else did you ask her?
I just said, how's Evelyn? To which she would reply, good. And then, I mentioned you should bring her up here to meet Kyrie, just because, that was one of my biggest things. I just really wanted them to get together.
Okay. And what did she respond to your comment about that?
Yes. She then said, I don't have her right now. Ethan's got her, but we could come tonight if you want us to. Which I was at my aunt's at the time, so that's why I said tonight wouldn't be good. When's the next time you could come? And then she said probably not for another couple weeks, which at that time I would be out of Kingsport because I lived in Knoxville at the time.
Okay. So you were just up here visiting.
Family, yes.
Okay.
And friends.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gibbs, I'm going to hand you a document of sorts and ask if you can identify that.
Yes, this is another conversation between me and her on Instagram.
Was that a conversation that you all had back on January the 24th into the 25th of 2020?
Yes,
All right.
and also the 26th.
Okay. And was that is that a true and accurate copy of the conversation that you all had there on Instagram?
Yeah.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that Exhibit 69. And ask to publish it to the jury. All right, Ms. Gibbs. So again, Ms. Boswell's portion of the conversation is, as we look at on the left part of the screen, you're on the right side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you want to interpret for us again?
Yeah. Okay, so starting off, she says, "What are you doing?" And then I just said, "Nothing much. What about you?" And then she said, "I'm impregnated." And then, am I allowed to use profanity? Okay.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh shit, for real?" And she said, "Yes." And then I said, "That's awesome. Evelyn's going to have a sibling." And then she said, "Yes."
All right. Did you continue to have communication with Ms. Boswell after that?
I mean, it would have still been kind of spotty, here and there. Just messaging when I could because I was like, a new time mom for the first time and just kind of, going through the newborn stage. But, I think I messaged her one more time, well, a couple more times. And then the last message I remember sending her was basically like when everything came out and I was like, "How are you? This is pretty intense." Okay. But that was like one of my last messages to her.
All right. Did she ever respond to you
No.
at that point in time? Okay. Ms. Gibbs, when was the last time that you saw Evelyn?
It would have been my baby shower.
Okay. And when was your baby shower?
It would have been October 31st.
2019?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. And then you left after that, went to...
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
No questions. All right. Ms. Gibbs, thank you for your testimony. Your release from the subpoena, ma'am.
Thank you.
State would call Bailey Hawkins.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. State your name.
Bailey Hawkins.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Bailey, how are you today?
I'm here.
Can you tell us your name?
Bailey Hawkins,
Okay. Can you tell us where you live? What city do you live in?
Blountville, Tennessee.
How long have you lived in Tennessee?
I moved to Tennessee in 5th grade, so about a little over 10 years.
Okay. And when you moved to Tennessee, what school did you go to?
I went to Holston Elementary School.
Okay. And do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
How do you know her?
We went to school together when I moved to Tennessee. She was like basically the first friend that I made
Okay.
in elementary school.
Okay. So would that have been around 5th grade?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you maintain that friendship from 5th grade on?
Yeah, we pretty much stayed in contact because we had like classes together and everything, and we're in school together. She moved around a lot, so we would fall in and out of contact here and there, but we pretty much stayed friends the entire time.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Were you still friends during that time?
She invited me over to Evelyn's baby shower, so we were friends, and then she invited me to her baby shower.
Okay. And were you able to go to the baby shower?
No.
Okay. Did you continue to maintain that friendship after Evelyn was born?
Yeah, that's pretty much when we became in contact more and started like seeing each other more.
Okay. Can you tell us when you say seeing each other more, how often do you think you were seeing Megan and Evelyn?
It was pretty regularly. I'd say once or twice a week, probably.
Okay. And when you saw Megan, would she always have Evelyn with her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, and I'm going to give you a time frame from Thanksgiving of 2019. Prior to that time, did you ever see Megan without Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever know for Megan to leave Evelyn with anyone else before Thanksgiving of 2019?
Every now and again, she'd talk about leaving her with the grandma, but every time we hung out, she would always have Evelyn.
Okay. And do you remember the last time that you saw Evelyn yourself in person?
I can't remember exact dates because we hung out so often, but the last time that I recall is when we went to Speedway and Lights.
Okay. And did Evelyn go with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell this dude to move his ass.
Move your ass. Hey, Damon.
Who's asked to be moving?
The cop dude that was blocking the camera needs to move his ass.
He needs whiskey and a coffee, bless his heart.
A good way to look at it.
Sounds like Dago's talking in his sleep.
That's what I just said. I was on mute. Are you asleep?
I'm wide awake. I just repeated what she said about telling him to move his ass. I believe me, if I was sleeping, you all be hearing the snoring like the sawing logs.
Not if your mic's muted, duh.
Hush your mouth. Hell, we all probably could have taken naps for as long as they've been dragging this out. It seems like
Right?
back to the disorganized side of things.
Oh, Dago, I forgot to tell you. Michael 007 told me to tell you hi. And he's just been really busy with work, and he'll be back as soon as he can.
Good. I was wondering about him. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think he was in Sarge's chat one night.
Okay.
Okay, Bailey, you just stated that you recalled going to Speedway and Lights with Evelyn and Megan. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall how many times you went?
I only went twice.
Okay. And were Megan and Evelyn there both times?
Mhm.
Okay. And you said you don't recall the date.
They were in November.
Okay.
Mhm.
Definitely November.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when Megan started her new job?
That was in December. I want to say it was beginning of December.
Okay. And do you know where she was starting to work?
100 T's Chicken Shack.
Okay. And did you ask her, did she tell you who was going to be watching Evelyn during the time that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
Her grandma.
Okay. And did you have knowledge as to what kind of hours that she was working at the Chicken Shack?
It seems like she was pretty much always there. It was like from like open to close,
Okay.
long hours.
Okay. Bailey, I'm going to pass you a document. If you can, try to keep it in order, but just look through it and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize
You
them.
do recognize
Mhm.
that? Can you tell me, without going into what the context is, can you tell me what that is?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. And for what date?
December 5th,
Of what year?
2019.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 5th, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as the next exhibit number 69.
Yes, sir. No. Before we did 69.
I'm sorry, 70.
70.
I'm sorry. What, 69? Sorry about that. Permission to publish, Your Honor. Bailey, I'm going to show you each one page by page, okay? We're just going to go in order. Okay. This first message, who is the first individual to speak on this message?
Megan.
Okay, what does she say to you?
Hey, I'm still at the chicken shack.
Okay, and what time of day was that message? Did that message come through to you?
9:39 or 32 p.m.
Okay. And when you ask her what she's doing, what does she respond?
I'm actually just hanging out.
Okay. And when you ask her if she's having fun, what does she say to you?
Yeah, I just hang out with Hunter. We're done now.
And what time did she send that message?
9:51 p.m.
So now at 10:29 p.m., what does Megan say to you? Is that blurry a little bit?
I genuinely enjoy hanging out with him.
Okay. And when you respond to her, what does she say in response at 10:30 p.m.?
Like, I don't mind work at all. I've been at work all day. Yeah, no, I really like being around him.
Okay. And then when you say that's awesome, I'm glad you like your job, what does she say in response to you?
I left and came back after they closed just to see him.
Okay. I'm trying to make this not. Is that better? Okay, I don't know if I can make it better than that. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, we're at around 10:40 p.m. and you're asking if it was just Hunter, and what does Megan say in response?
His dad was in the back with him and I chilled up front.
Okay. And then what does she say in response or regarding Hunter and his dad?
Him and his dad went to go to church with them on Sunday.
Okay. And then what do you suggest to her in response to that?
I say you could bring Evelyn.
And what does Megan say?
I used to take her to church with Caleb. His dad was like, you can come to church with us Sunday. And Hunter was like, yeah. And we'd go to that barbecue place you like and get food after. I feel kind of bad. He's not a bad guy. And I was like, he's so weird.
And on this message, let's see if we can see it okay. Is she continuing to talk about Hunter?
Yeah, she says, yes, his dad likes me a lot. I'm the only person on overtime.
Okay. When you respond about getting hours at work, what does she say in response to you?
Literally this morning, I wasn't supposed to go in until 10, and I went in at 6. Hunter called me and was like, do you want me to come in? I'm here. And I was like, sure. I'm going to the shack at 4:30 in the morning to help him open. I've not had a male friend I've actually enjoyed just like hanging out with in so long.
Okay. And has she indicated to you that during all these hours that she's working that her grandmother is keeping Evelyn? Okay, so when you say that's so early, does Megan respond to you?
Says even if he does attempt to hit on me, sometimes I brush it off. It's fine. I'm just so genuinely content. I literally don't even mind. That's when he's gonna get there. Is that bad?
Okay, and then you say, let's hope he gets the hint. What did you mean by that at that point?
I guess
if you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. What does she say in response to you?
Like not even an I like him content. I'm just content and happy around him. That sounds weird, but I am.
Okay. And then what do you say in response?
But if you don't mind and have someone watch Evelyn, then definitely go for it.
The same conversation is still continuing. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're at 10:57 p.m. now. Is that right? Okay. Are you okay? Okay. And then what does Megan say?
I was so fucking cranky when I came in, I won't lie. And it was like I felt better immediately being around him. My grandma was like, you just want to date him. And I was like, no, woman.
Okay. And you responded to her that he seems like a nice Southern guy. And what did Megan say in response to you?
My grandma's keeping her overnight for two nights and all day. He's a pretty good guy. Like I said, I'm just so content around him.
Okay. And when you say that's good, how does Megan respond to you?
Like I worked from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and came back at 7 to 9:30. I literally just didn't mind. I washed dishes and helped him clean for a little bit. And the only time I left was to go get him. Okay. Last one for this. Actually, there's two more. Sorry. When you tell her we all need good people to be around, what does she say in response to you? Yeah, he just makes me happy. I don't know. I enjoy our friendship a lot.
And you respond, and then how does she respond to you?
I didn't even care though. It didn't feel that long.
And the last page of this conversation, starting about 10:59 p.m. What does Megan say to you at that time?
It's 11 and I have to go. I have to be back at work at 4:30 and I'm watching TikToks. I'll be there from 4:30 a.m. until like 8 at night or later.
Okay, and you said OMG, and how did she respond?
I don't even mind whatsoever.
Okay. At any time during that conversation, did she ever indicate that Evelyn was with her?
She said that Evelyn was with her grandma.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to pass you another document for you to take a look at. Take your time. Have you had a chance to look at that one? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you recognize that?
Uh-huh.
What is it?
It's text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 6th, 2019 at 9:10 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with her by text message that day?
Mhm.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask that to be admitted as the next exhibit, number 71.
Any objection? That's it. Before we get to 71.
Thank you. Permission to publish? Bailey, again, we're going to go through this just like we did the other ones. You said this started on about 9:10 on December 6, 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you regarding her work?
I'm leaving at 11 and coming back at 12, so come by before then.
Okay. And you said, okay, then what does she say?
JK, I'm leaving at 10:44, 45.
Is that you were going to go by and visit her? Is that what that conversation?
I guess.
Okay. I know some time has passed. I was just curious. Okay. So at 11:19 a.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm back now. I left again, but I'm with Hunter.
Okay. The same day, around 5:30 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
What are you doing?
And what does she say?
Chilling with Hunter still.
Okay. So just quickly, I'm going to go back. Okay. So okay, that's okay. And then what does she say at 7:21 p.m.?
I'm going to Hunter's house. Wish me luck.
Okay.
So this
And then
girl,
same day, 11:30 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm home now. I was over there for hours. Holy shit. We just talked. It was nice.
At any time during that conversation, did she mention where Evelyn was?
No.
yeah, what Sherry said, she just shows a pattern of her lying and that she's blowing her child off for this boy again, repeatedly. Doodle, really.
I'm going to pass you another document, and it's about 8 pages. If you could just take a look at it, try to keep it in order if you can. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to speak up just a little bit
That's
so we can
fine.
all hear you. You said it was text messages between you and Megan.
Yes.
Okay. On what date?
December 7th, 2019
Okay.
at 12:16 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on December 7th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that to be admitted as Exhibit 72.
Yeah, you pull exhibit 7.
This one's a little bit harder to read because it's a lot of text on one page. So I may zoom in and then we can zoom back out, okay? Okay. So it looks like you started by asking Megan a question. Is that right?
Yeah, I said, how was everything?
Okay. And how did she respond to you?
Good. I'm only coming in work for a little bit today, but on Monday, come back and see me. I love you and have a good day at school. Also, Hunter is going to be there after 1, so that's probably when I'll come. So you should stop by then if you do come today, because it's very awkward. Him being like, don't charge them because even employees don't get free stuff. And I know this one chick doesn't like me because of it. Like yesterday, she was bitching about him getting to leave to go do business stuff. And then I left with him twice, and she was obviously pissed when I got back.
Okay. I'm going to try to, let's see. Okay. And what did she, there we go. What did she say after that message that you just read?
I just feel bad because I know there's like 2 people who don't like me because of it, and it makes me feel like a piece of crap.
The same conversation's continuing at 3:43. Is that right? On December 7th. And okay, so what does Megan tell you at 3:43 p.m. on December 7th?
I'm riding around. Want me to pick you up?
Okay, and what do you say?
I'm getting food with Cameron.
Okay, and what does she say?
I can wait if you're busy.
Okay. She indicated anytime that Evelyn is with her, either on those messages or verbally to you in a different way that day.
No.
Okay, so 3:49 p.m., what does she say to you?
Okay, I'm driving. I can't text. 1 sec.
Okay. And then you say, okay, and how does she respond?
Where am I meeting you?
Okay. And what do you say?
We're about to leave the Bojangles in Piney Flats.
And what do you say? I mean, I'm sorry, what does Megan say in response to you?
I'll meet you there.
Okay. Still on December 7th. I'm going to probably zoom this one in too, just in case there's jurors who can't see it in their monitors. Okay. 4:08 p.m. What does Megan say to you?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
And then you responded. No, how did you respond?
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll be like 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to you?
It's okay. Take your time. Thank you. It's just me. Evelyn's with Ethan's grandma.
Okay. And had you ever known Megan to leave Evelyn with Ethan's grandparents prior to when she says it this moment? Okay, you'll have to answer
I'm
verbally.
sorry. No.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. And then do you recall getting this screenshot from Megan at 5:09 p.m. that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what that was regarding, that screenshot?
It was regarding a movie that they were going to go see.
Okay. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Hunter and Megan.
Okay. And so that's essentially the movie times that they were looking at. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movie is Dark Waters?
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond with a question mark to her. And what does Megan say to you?
I got no context other than that.
Okay. And then she then explains, I guess she realizes what it is. What does she say?
Oh, it's a movie.
And what do you say to her?
Is he asking to go watch it with you?
And then what does Megan say?
Yeah.
And then what do you say?
Are you going to do it?
And how does she respond?
Yeah.
Is it your understanding at this point that are they or are they not in a relationship at this point? I'm asking if she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
To your knowledge, was Megan in a relationship with Hunter at this point?
I'm not too sure. At a certain point in my mind, they were in a relationship.
Okay. So your answer is you weren't sure at this point. Okay. All right. So December 7th at 5:17, we're continuing on with that same conversation. What does Megan say in regards to the movie?
He didn't even ask. He just wanted a time.
Okay. And what did you say?
Could have left him on red or made up an excuse.
Okay. And what does Megan say in response to that?
I like hanging out with him. It just threw me off guard.
Okay. And then you say that would catch me off guard too. And how does Megan respond to you?
Everyone that works with us keeps asking me if we're together. And when I say no, they don't bail. And like this one girl was like, I'll go with you all then. And I was like, bitch, I don't care.
Okay. So that's what IDC is. I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. Okay. So same day at 8:04 p.m., what do you ask her?
How was the movie?
And how does she respond?
It was fine.
Okay. And you asked, didn't you enjoy it? And what does she say?
The movie was just kind of long. I liked getting to see him.
Okay. Passing you 3 pages. Take a moment to see if you recognize this.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. What is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. On what date?
December 8th, 2019 at 11:53 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation on December 8th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 73.
No objection.
Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Okay, so around 1:53 p.m. on December 8th, you ask her, what are you up to? And what does she say?
I'm with Maddie's brother
Okay, and you say, where are you? And what does she say?
at the chicken shack.
And then you ask her if she's working, and what does she say?
No, we're not open. They're just working on stuff right now.
Okay, and you ask her, it's closed today, right? And what does Megan say?
I'm just chilling.
Okay, and then you say, not with Hunter. And then how does she respond?
No, he's here.
Okay. Did she indicate to you in text message or in another way that day where Evelyn was? Okay. I'll pass you 2 pages. Same thing, take a look at it and see if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, what's the date for those messages?
December 13th, 2019 at 3:56 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan Boswell on December 13th, 2019?
Yes.
We'd offer that as exhibit number 74, please.
No objection.
Full exhibit 73.
Permission to publish. Sorry. Okay, so this looks like Megan is sending you a few messages on December 13th. Can you read us the messages out loud, please?
His dad drove his car to work because his dad's has a flat tire. I left his house early, and this was what he sent me when he finally woke up.
Okay, and what did she say after that?
It wasn't anything like good morning. It was get out out of the Lexus and come scoop.
Okay. Is she indicating that they spent the night together, or do you know?
I don't remember.
Okay. So on December 13th at 5:06, what does she say?
Will you ride around with me?
Okay. And then what did she say after that?
I'm upsetty spaghetti.
Okay. Okay. And then you respond to her. What do you say to her?
Hey, I'm sorry. I had my notifications turned off from Messenger. I'm out with Cameron right now. I'm sorry. What's wrong?
And what does she say?
It's Skit. I'm so fucking irritated.
Okay. Is it skit another, what does that mean? If you know.
I don't know.
Okay.
It
And
might have been a
it's fine.
typo. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Okay. So we'll stop on the messages for a few minutes. So in these messages, Megan told you that Evelyn was with her grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
And she told you that Evelyn was with Ethan's grandmother. Is that right?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you anything different than those two things about where Evelyn was?
Sometime around that time, she had told me that Ethan came back from Army leave and that like he was going to see her for the week because he was back in town. And then he ended up filing for emergency custody for her. And then within that time period, he like had emergency custody and they were supposed to go to court and stuff over it. And then at that point, like he had emergency custody and then they had shared custody and then then they had shared custody.
Okay. So it sounds like this was more than one conversation. Is that
Yeah.
fair?
Yeah, it was within all of this was between December and January.
Okay. When you had these conversations with her, did she seem sad?
Not particularly.
Did she seem worried about Evelyn?
No.
Did she seem scared in any way?
No.
What was her demeanor during any of these conversations?
It was just always matter of fact and like the answer, just that was the answer.
Okay. Let's see. A few more messages. I believe it's about 4 pages. Take a look at that and let me know if you recognize that.
Yeah, I recognize it.
Okay. And what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on December 14th,
Okay.
2019 at 1:09 p.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation you had with Megan on December 14th, 2019?
Yeah.
Have we got
Full exhibit 75.
Well, I'm waiting for that document to come back. When she was telling you about this emergency custody, did she ever show you any paperwork or anything
No.
confirming that had actually happened? Any court paperwork or anything?
No, she
Okay.
didn't.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Try to make this one a little bit bigger for the jurors. Okay, so on December 14th at 1:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm gonna go ahead and head your way. Take your time. I'm just sad without Evelyn, knowing what Ethan's done, and I hate going home, seeing her stuff there and not her, you know.
Okay, and how do you respond?
Okay, I just got out of the shower, but I need to get dressed and everything.
Okay, and what does Megan say?
It'll be a second before I'm there. Like I said, take your time. I'm just avoiding going home. Like I was fine before. It just hurts knowing I can't see her, then having to look at her stuff.
Okay. And then about 10 minutes later, what does she say to you?
Yeah, Birch is here.
Okay, and then what do you say?
I'm sorry, I'm about to be ready.
Okay. Prior to this text conversation, had she told you where Evelyn was? Other than what we talked, has it changed at all?
During that time, all of it kind of morphs together, so I can't say for sure. But during that time, it was on the time
To be able to see Evelyn again.
she said that the court date was going to be in January of 2020.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're still getting ready while she's waiting for you. And then at 1:31 p.m., what does she say in response to you?
It's okay, take your time. Like I said, it's better than me being home.
Before we go further on that, did she ever indicate, other than what she said about not wanting to be there, about why she didn't want to be home at that time?
That was around the time that she was saying that she didn't want to see Evelyn's stuff because it made her sad.
Okay. Okay, so on December 14th at 8:09 p.m., what does Megan say to you?
I'm getting a hotel tonight. I don't want to go home. Would you stay with me tonight?
And then what do you say?
Can you not spend the night with Hunter?
And what does Megan say?
I just don't want to right now. Long story.
Okay. And then at 8:31 p.m., what does she say to you? Continuing essentially the same conversation.
Hunter is sweet and all, but I'm upset over Evelyn, and I just don't want to be all lovey and happy right now.
And then what do you say?
Yeah, I understand that you were happy to see him, but was it too much? What hotel are you at?
And what does Megan say?
I was excited to see him, but now I'm just not in the mood.
And you'd asked her which hotel she was at, and what did she say?
Canal Lodge.
Okay. And then did she say, just read us the last two messages if you don't mind.
Well, like right now, he started hugging me and stuff, and I just have a lot on my mind. I don't want to be all like I think I upset him when I left, but I didn't mean to.
Okay. And did you, in fact, go to the Econo Lodge that night with Megan?
Yeah, we went there and spent the night with each other.
Okay. And how was she behaving that night?
Just kind of tired and dissociated. Like as soon as we got there, she pretty much just went to sleep.
Okay. You said dissociated. What do you mean by that?
Just normally, it's very talkative and, carrying conversation. But that time it was just kind of she didn't really say much. And then she just kind of went to bed. And then I stayed up a little bit later.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Not upset, tired and kind of out of it.
Okay. Was she crying?
No.
Okay. Did she seem worried?
No.
She seemed scared?
No.
Okay. How long do you think you hung out that night?
Not long. We went to sleep pretty much not too far after getting there.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yeah.
And why did that surprise you?
Like that was like the first time that we ever like spent the night with each other. So I was kind of expecting us to, hang out, but she just kind of went to sleep shortly after we got there.
Okay. And then the next morning, did you talk at all that next morning?
Yeah, she got us pals, and then we quickly separated after we woke up.
Okay. Did she tell you what she was going to be doing that day?
She said that she was gonna go hang out with Hunter.
Did she mention Evelyn that morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'm going to hand you 2 pages. Same thing. Just take a look and see if you can identify it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These are text messages between me and Megan.
Okay. What's the date on those?
December 15th, 2019 at 5:26 p.m.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with her on that date?
Yes.
And then we'd like to ask for that to be made exhibit number 77. I'm sorry, 76. I apologize.
76.
I'm sorry.
76.
Permission to publish. So this is the next day, is that right, from the conversation we just looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And what does Megan say to you at 5:26 p.m.?
Do you want to get dinner with me?
And what does she say next?
I want Olive Garden.
Okay. And then you respond to her, and then who does she say she's with at 5:31 p.m.?
I'm with Hunter right now.
Okay. And then she sends you one more message that date at 5:35. What does she say?
I'll let you know when I'm not at Hunter's. My car is at the shack and I'm at his house.
Okay.
Right, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, so at this point, Megan has been telling you Evelyn's not been with her for a couple of weeks. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when Megan moved out of the trailer that she was living in with Evelyn?
I don't remember her directly moving out, but I remember her staying with Hunter.
Okay. How often was she staying with Hunter?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Okay. Was she telling you this, or how did you know this?
One time, I think she picked me up from Hunter's, or I picked her up from Hunter's, but I saw her leaving Hunter's, and then she was telling me that she was staying with him and stuff.
Okay. Was she still staying at her trailer, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And do you remember going to Knoxville with Megan in December to visit your friend that had a baby?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
Audrey.
Okay. And did you and Megan ride together?
Yeah, we both went together.
Okay. And was Evelyn with you?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. How was Megan acting that day? I'm not asking for speculation. I'm asking how Megan was behaving. Okay. What was her demeanor like?
It seemed kind of all over the place and like erratic. She kept repeating herself and kept saying that she loved us while we were there visiting Audrey.
Okay. Was that how she normally behaved?
No.
You consider that out of character?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to pass you one page. Take a moment to look at it. And let me know, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's text with me and Megan on December 23rd, 2019 at 4:44 p.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be admitted as exhibit number 77.
What date was that? 12?
December 23rd. Permission to publish. Okay, I'm going to blow this one up too because it looks a little bit smaller. Okay. On December 23rd, at 4:44 p.m. Where does Megan say that she is at?
I'm at Ethan's grandparents with him.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
OMG, how's that? You with Evelyn? Are you with Evelyn?
Okay, so you're essentially asking her if Evelyn is with her. Okay, and what does she say?
Yes, and good.
Okay. And then jump to the bottom. You ask her a question at 4:45 p.m. What do you say to her?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
At 4:45 p.m., what do you say to Megan?
So please send pictures of Evelyn. I miss her.
And what does Megan say to you?
I will in a second.
Okay. Did Megan send pictures of Evelyn that day?
No.
Bailey, do you need a minute? Okay. You have water? Okay. There's tissues up there if you need them, okay? Bailey, you want to take a break or do you think you can go on for a few minutes? We can do either one.
I guess I can continue.
One stand, please. You may be seated, thank you. Take about 10 minutes or so.
Do you mind if she steps out for a few minutes? Okay, thank you.
Oh, well, that was so sad. Poor girl. Listen, it's really, really hard to be on that stand. It really is.
Who was the last person? I stepped out to go to the bathroom real quick. Did I miss something?
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Diego?
I
They had to
said, please
take a
ignore.
break.
I
Well,
said,
they
please
just had to
ignore
take
me.
a break. She was upset.
Who was that again?
The witness was upset.
Was it the same girl? Because I just stepped away to take a
Yeah,
bathroom break.
yeah, it
Oh,
was. She
okay.
just got upset, so they're gonna take a little break.
Gotcha. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Bri guy. Happy to see ya. I love that he still calls me his fart. That is so adorable to me.
Yes. Daddy Meatball, Fart, and Mama.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh, and
Hey, what
Ryan.
happened to your oh, you never did show me your pictures. You promised you would send me of you and Brandy with your meatball t-shirts, Dago.
Doodle, I
Remember?
sent those 5 years ago.
You didn't send me 5 years ago. I've only known you 2 years ago.
I was
If
exaggerating,
you
but it was like
if you
it was
sent
like
me
a year
T-shirts
ago.
5 years ago, if you sent me T-shirts 5 years ago, buddy, I didn't get them.
No, I sent pictures to you like 5 years ago.
Of you and your wife with your matching T-shirts that I got you guys
Yes,
5 years ago.
no, it wasn't
Jesus,
5. It was like a year ago.
no, I
When we
I have
got
never
them,
seen Brandy or
Brandy had it on the other night when she come walking over here. If you didn't see it,
Oh, maybe I'm
yeah,
just blind or
I swear I sent them.
ADHD. I almost
I
said
sent
pit
them through the.
possum squirrel instead of piss
I
possum.
sent it. I sent it through the phone via text message.
Oh well, I didn't get it at all. Huh? Oh
Well,
well.
Brian, how's your spider bite?
I'm BS sorry.
That's
I'll
okay.
have to send
Mom's
you
up
another
there
one.
shaking her head like, Mom's like, you get him, you get him. Oh,
He
she's got
said,
a red flag. Uh-oh.
"What? Well,
She's got a
hello,
red
Mr.
flag.
Kimber.
Hi, Kimber.
Yeah, Mom doesn't have ADHD either. She just put her little red flag like, doo-doo-doo. Look at my flag.
I don't know what's going. I don't with my ADHD
They go,
today has been
what are you
a
jamming
lot.
out to over there? Nothing?
Me? Nothing. I'm just my ADHD is getting into high gear right
Yeah.
now, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah. Because of the silence and the awkward.
yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Jam out.
Well, she did say hi to me. Hello, Kimber. Hello, Mom. Hello, Mama Bear. Hello, Doodle. Thank you, Brian. Hello to you, my friend.
Hello. Hello.
Brian,
see.
I'm glad you got antibiotics today.
Yes, that thing was looking bad. Telling you, it was scary.
I was afraid it was gonna go like down to the bone the way it was looking.
It looked like a recluse bite
Yeah,
to me.
I did too. Hmm. I'll remove her
Thank you.
face this time. I promise. I'm paying attention. Preston got in quite a little ordeal here at school, so it had me
Is he
sidetracked. But I'm good.
is he
He's
okay?
yeah, he's okay. He just is sad that he had to actually like hit somebody. He don't like to hurt nobody.
Of course. Tell them to leave him alone, and they'll be fine.
Kimber, the
Oh
witness
yeah,
was
you know how
having a
boys
meltdown.
tussle. I mean, girls. Yeah,
Say
that
the
was
rest.
sad. I mean, this is sad.
What did you say about P Doodle? You were saying something. I only caught the beginning of it.
It was mom. Mom was saying the witness was having a meltdown.
Yeah, but behind that, you had started to say something about Preston, and then Mom said that
Oh
too.
yeah, yeah, he got into his first like. I mean, they'd had like the pushing matches, but this time they both got shiners, and he's not crying and upset that he's hurt. He's crying and upset because he blacked the other kid's eye, and he's soaking. I'm like, boy, that's what you do in a tussle.
Did he knock him out? I hope.
They just popped each other real good in the eyeball, and I mean, they're 9, so
Of course.
yeah.
They gotta leave him
Not like our
alone.
old school days. Yeah, it's not like our old school days where we could just dust off, and move on.
Mm.
It's just, they both got in trouble. Oh
Did they
well.
get suspended?
Well, I mean, no, they took both of their recess, and then they have to go and they have to sit by each other and say nice things, which I don't agree with that. I mean,
Here, baby.
okay, shake hands, do
What?
your thing, shake hands. Yeah, I'm not gonna make him be like, oh yeah,
Make
you
that.
I like your shirt. No, I'm not. He's not doing that.
Yeah.
Nice haircut. Nice haircut, buddy.
Yeah, no.
No, that
Yeah,
if
I
that kid
like
is
the way
listening,
you. Yeah, if it was me, I'd be like, I like the way you hit like a girl. You know, that's what I would do. But I'm a smart aleck.
if the kid was bullying him and provoked him, which I'm sure it did, because Preston doesn't start shit like that. There should
Yes,
be none of that.
it's
None
the
of that should
same
have
one,
happened.
Dago. The same kid.
See, that's
Yeah.
starting to piss
It's the
me off.
same kid. He always has trouble with.
Starting to irritate
I
me.
said, as soon
Like,
as he punched you in the eye. Yeah, I told him. I said you should have looked at him and smiled real big and said, "I can do this all day." And he's like,
yeah.
"Mama." I said, "Well, I'm just saying."
I don't want tea. I want coffee.
Where's the tea packets?
I don't know why.
Because I was gonna make tea for myself.
Okay, well, do that. The other first, okay?
I am.
Yeah, he I'd have just looked. Is that all you got? Come on, I can do this all day. I agree with you on
Oh
that one.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I just spit blood out. You know, if you punch me in the mouth, I'd spit the blood out my mouth and just look at him, smile, and be like, "I could do this all day." And then, bam, allegedly,
Now,
allegedly. I mean,
can you really truly see him doing that though? Think about that.
no, no, and that's what worries me is that
Yes.
I'm soft, but life has made. I'm hoping that life will make him harder through time. But no, he wouldn't. At his age, I would have, yeah. But he is so soft. No. Mm-mm.
Yeah. See, I was like him
It's
till I
horrible.
got.
Yeah, it is. It's sad. These are, it's
I was like him until I
yeah,
got
I
bullied
was
one
too till I
too
got my
many
butt
times.
stomped.
Then I became the other side, and you weren't messing with me then.
Yep. Right. Then I'm like, okay, you knocked me down, but I'm standing back up.
Yep. 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 Yep.
So
Yep.
now when I do get back to going back to my fat girl boxing, he's gonna have to go and he's gonna have to see that it's okay. Hopefully. If he cries, I can't do it. If he sees me
Yeah.
get hit and he cries, oh my God.
You know what might work, Doodle, is we put Caden in oh god, it's like martial arts, but it's not really, they don't really teach the fighting aspect. They teach self-defense, but they don't teach you how to hurt people per se. They teach you how to
Yeah.
Caden, what was that class you took?
What for what?
In it was the martial arts stuff
Yeah,
you took.
Brian, this is baby Evelyn. My
Yeah.
profile picture here is baby Evelyn in this court, the one that we're at court for.
Turn the light off. It was jujitsu, Doodle. That's what it was. And they teach you how to talk your way out of a situation first, and how to defend yourself if they still keep coming, and how to be not so violent, but be able to defend yourself. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and with him being so literal, if I don't teach him to defend himself now, it's going to be bad by the time we get in some older grades.
Well, and they worked with Caden with his issues with that literally stuff and all that other stuff. Like, the guy was great with that. They had a bunch of kids that
Did you
had a lot of
did
the
you
same
get to
stuff.
be there? Because I won't drop him with
Yeah, I sat
strangers.
there through every one of his practices and watched. They encouraged the parents to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can sit up to
Yeah,
the
I might learn
side.
something. Hi.
It was actually it was entertaining. They do a lot of like locking up and twisting and moving, and like, if somebody were to come at you with a weapon, you can take it out of
Oh,
him with
wow.
his
Yeah.
hands, and disarming and all that stuff. It's actually really entertaining. And the whole thing that he preaches and teaches, most importantly, is to talk before fighting and eliminate the
Yeah,
situation,
but
break
see,
it
Preston's
down.
mouth is what gets him in the argument because him being
Well,
so literal.
that's what he taught Caden, was about how to respond when they say
Oh.
certain things. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah.
It teaches self-discipline on a different level. It's really, really interesting.
Teaches defense and balance and.
And
You
plus
know
the
my
balance.
luck. But he would like try to tell the instructor, well, this can't be correct because I can't throw my
And they
leg at a
will.
360-degree angle at this,
They'll
oh, yeah.
they'll take that
It
and
should
turn
be
it into something else, though. That's what they do. It's hilarious.
okay, good, because that ought to be comical.
But just an idea to look into.
I
Just
hate
something. Just a thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a good kid. He's just misunderstood. That's all.
It is. And he doesn't realize he's being rude because I even tell him at home, you can't talk to me like I talk to you. Like if I say, Preston, pick up your shoes. Well, he'll see my shoes and he's like, Mama, pick up your shoes. Well, honey, you can't do that. You know, it's a mess. But I pick up my shoes, but I should have
It
never left
happens.
them, you know.
We have to lead by example, Doodle. That's where it is. I just called you Doodoo. Sorry.
I know, but I mean, sometimes I'm like, because I will sometimes he'll need something, and I will say, I'm busy. Hold on. Well, last night I said, Preston, brush your teeth. I'm busy. I'm like, oh no, you're not. And he said, well,
Caden
that's
is.
what
Yep.
you say. And I'm like,
Caden
oh,
still,
come on, coming at me with my own words.
Caden still does that to me, and I have to look at him and remind him all the time. I am the parent. You are the child. That doesn't work that way. Remember that, son.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what he says. He's like, okay, mama.
They have to be and that's okay. It's normal. You got to remind him. No big deal. Brian,
Oh
how you
yeah, and
feeling?
he's so hard.
I'm listening. Go ahead. He's so what?
He's just so soft, like soft-hearted that he forgot about his eye because the other kid was hurt, even though he was just mad at him and just hit him. So I'm like, oh boy.
That's your side. That's you and him.
Like 15 minutes.
It is. Not anymore, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mean to call her doo-doo. I'm sorry, Barb. I didn't mean it.
That's all right. I've been called worse. Trust me.
I'm sure.
Dinner reservation.
We're at, what is it, 4:48? They're probably
What
about
is
to
that
call.
supposed to mean? No, I'm playing.
We are ready. We're ready.
They're probably going to finish with this wetness and be done. Maybe not. Maybe
Yeah, I
not.
think
There you go, Matahari. What plates are you talking about, Kimber? Oh, you heard him in the background, Mom, asking about the tea.
Miss Hawkins.
We call it.
So it's a party. Yeah, we like our tea in this house, believe it or not, along with the coffee.
Yeah.
Well, happy early wedding anniversary, Kimber. Congrats. That's awesome. I was going to say, this bailiff, I've been looking at him all day. He reminds me of like a mafia guy with the looks on his face.
Where did I? Okay, I ended.
Thank you.
I hope this witch sees the damage she's done to so many people, not just.
State's ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Jury's ready.
One stand, please.
Everybody stand, please.
No.
Not you. You're too snotty.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jim.
All right. Are you ready to try to continue?
Yes.
Okay. So we essentially ended before we took a break around December 23rd of 2019. And we talked about that. Did you continue to hang out with Megan after December 23rd of 2020?
I don't remember any like specific dates, but we hung out a lot, so I would assume so.
Okay. Do you remember learning that, do you remember hearing that Evelyn had been reported missing at some point? Okay, so you're going to have to speak up. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And how did you learn that Evelyn was missing?
I found out on Facebook.
Okay. Had Megan told you at any time?
I know.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pass you 2 pages. Just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay, can you tell us what it is?
Messages between me and Megan on January 9th, 2020 at 1:55 a.m.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Okay, we'd like to offer that as exhibit number 78. January 9th. Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Let me try that faster. Okay. So what question do you ask Megan on January 9th of 2020?
When was your court date with Evelyn? I know you said it was January.
And what does she say?
And tomorrow.
And then what do you say?
Where is Evelyn right now? Still with Ethan?
And what does Megan say?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you say in response?
Also, is Ethan not back doing Army things? I know a lot of people have left for Army stuff already. I just don't understand how he can have custody if he's literally going into the Army.
Okay. And then what does Megan say in response to that?
I don't know. It's retreated. I don't know what he is or isn't doing. He won't speak to me. I talked to him like once on New Year's.
Okay. Is she talking about Ethan?
Yes.
That's your document. And ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Text message from Megan on January 20th, 2020 at 12:35 a.m.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of that text message that you received from Megan?
Yes.
On that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 79. Thank you. Permission to publish.
Okay.
On January 20th, 2020, what does Megan tell you in this message?
Went to Bowling Rock today.
To Blowing Rock?
Yeah, Blowing Rock, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm making you work. Okay. Your Honor, may we approach briefly? Make sure. Pass you 2 pages. Same thing, just take a look and see if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize the text messages.
Okay, and is there a date on those messages?
January 24th, 2020 at 5:51 p.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of a conversation with Megan Boswell on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 80 for the date of January 24th, 2020. Okay. Permission to publish, Your Honor? Okay. What does Megan say to you at 5:51 on January 24th, 2020?
I have big news. Me and Hunter may or may not be expecting a small human. We are. It just sounded more mysterious.
Okay, and then what do you say to Megan?
Speaking of small humans, how's Evelyn doing? I know you said you get to keep her every other week.
And then what does Megan say in response?
She's good. Mean as fuck, though.
Okay. And then what do you say to Megan?
I want to see her. When's the next time you'll have her?
And what does she say?
I'm picking her up next Monday after my appointment.
And then what does she say to you at 6:02 p.m.?
I'll fight Hunter if it's a girl because I want a little boy so bad.
And then what do you say in response?
A little boy would be nice because then you'd have both.
Same thing. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do recognize it.
Okay, what is it?
Text messages between me and Megan on January 29th, 2020 at 1:59 a.m.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate representation of your messages with Megan on that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 81. Permission to publish. What do you ask Megan on January 29th, 2020?
Do you still have Evelyn?
And what is her response?
My grandma does right now because my mom's sick and stuff. I didn't want to bring her around.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Will you have Evelyn with you? I really miss her little baby face. I bet she's grown so much since I haven't seen her in like a month.
And then what does Megan say?
Yes.
January 2020. Have you seen Evelyn at all during the month of January?
No.
Did you see Evelyn at all during the month of December of 2019?
No.
Okay. How are you feeling at this point? In January 2020, how are you feeling?
The
relevance.
Do they have to approach the bench every time there's an objection?
Of course.
I'm
That's
asking a
ridiculous.
different way, okay? You haven't seen Evelyn in about 2 months at this point. Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you getting worried?
Yeah.
Tell me in your own words why you were getting worried.
Just everything was starting to add up, not seeing the pictures, her being wishy-washy on having Evelyn, and then it just kind of, everything was starting to feel off.
Okay. You say no pictures. What do you mean by that? Were you seeing pictures before?
I mean, it was just she was posting pictures and everything, so you'd obviously see the pictures.
Okay. When you say she was posting pictures, where would you see pictures posted?
Facebook.
Okay. Did that stop at some point?
I don't remember specifics, but I mean, during that time, I obviously didn't see anything.
Okay. Was she continuing to talk about Evelyn?
It seemed like the only time that we would talk about her is when I would ask.
Okay. Did you consider calling DCS?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not call?
She was such a good friend to me that I didn't want to do that to her. Like, I've gone through similar situations and I know how it affected me, and I didn't want to do that to her.
Okay. Did you continue to try to press her about where Evelyn was?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
What did she tell you?
I mean, it was always an answer. It was either with Ethan or Ethan's grandparents or there was always an answer.
Okay.
Hey, Eric.
Thanks for joining us, Fox.
Yeah, Miss Sherry. I missed the first hour and a half, I think. So that's probably why I didn't know that. Thank you, though, for telling me. That makes it make sense now.
That's your one more document. It's 5 pages.
I recognize these.
Okay. Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages on February 22nd, 2020 at 2:46 a.m.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of a conversation you had with Megan on February 22nd of 2020?
Yes.
We'd ask that to be made exhibit number 82. Permission to publish. And would these messages have occurred after you found out that Evelyn was missing?
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. What do you say So Megan, at 2:46 a.m. on February 22nd.
I just got out of control. Why did you tell me Ethan had her if she's sick? If he's sick, he still hasn't seen her since December. Why would we not do that? I'm crazy to just see her. If whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything.
Okay. So you said, I'll try to help you a little bit. Okay. You said to her, if whoever you said has her in that interview, I hope they bring her back and everything. And then can you tell me what Megan says in response?
Me too. I just couldn't tell anyone because I was worried the person might run or harm Evelyn or someone else in my family.
And then you say, I'm just so confused about everything and I don't know what to believe. So just please tell me the truth and be upfront with it because I love Evelyn and as much as you do. And I feel like I deserve the truth. I know you felt you needed to lie to keep Evelyn safe, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. And what does Megan say in response?
If I could tell you anything, I could, but I was told not to. As soon as I can talk, I promise you'll be the first person I come to.
That conversation continues. You ask her, do you think Evelyn is okay? Or do you think this person would do something to harm her? I hate not knowing anything because I'm so worried and my mind just goes to the worst. You say, God, that makes me worried because it seems like she's the person that would have had Evelyn. Or do you know?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. If she doesn't have her, then where would she be? I'm hoping the person isn't your mom because I just don't get why she'd take Evelyn and wouldn't let you see her because I never saw her. And then you say, are you and Hunter okay? Because everything he's saying to the news is false. And what does Megan say?
What do you mean everything he's saying to the news? He's kind of got threats to the business and everything.
And then he said y'all weren't serious and that you guys were on and off. You never told me you guys were on and off, and I thought you guys were pretty serious. And what does Megan say?
We were definitely living together and shit, but he did that so people would stop giving him death threats or whatever.
Okay. And you say, are you guys okay though? Is he being a support to you through this, or are you guys not in contact right now? And what does Megan say?
No, we've talked.
Okay. And then you say, I hope everything is okay between the two of you since you've been through a lot and this is a lot. Then you ask her, did he, are you talking about Hunter?
Yes.
Ever see Evelyn? I know at the beginning he never saw her because you wouldn't let him. But after that, did he ever get to meet her? You never told me. And what does Megan say?
I'm not getting into that for Hunter's sake.
And then you ask, when is the last time you saw Evelyn? And what does Megan say?
I can't disclose that either.
Okay. And you say the police are saying that the babysitter saw her last on December 10th. Did you see her on the 26th, like in the original Amber Alert? And what does Megan, let me make that smaller. What does Megan say?
I can't disclose that.
Okay. Did Megan ever tell you anything different other than the things we've already talked about? The other things she told you about where Evelyn was. Did she ever tell you anyone else had Evelyn?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask her about her mom?
Yes. On February 22nd, we ended up hanging out that day. And she told me that Evelyn was with her mom.
Okay. Did she act concerned about that at all?
Not really.
Okay. Was she worried for Evelyn?
I mean, at that point, I just was kind of in my own head about everything. So it's kind of hard to tell what she was feeling because I was just kind of everything was too much at that point, so it's hard to say.
Okay. Well, I'm asking specifically about when she said Angela, her mom, or Angel, had Evelyn. Did she seem to be scared for Evelyn's safety?
I mean, I don't guess so.
Okay. So the last thing I'm going to hand you, okay? I know this is a lot. Okay. You just mentioned the date of February 22nd, 2020. Did you see Megan in person that day?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what I've just handed you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
It's a receipt from when we stayed at, or no, not when we stayed at Echo Lodge yet.
Okay.
I'm not sure what it is. Okay, it's on February 22nd when I dropped her off at Echo Lodge.
Okay. So you're saying you dropped her off at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Is that the one on Airport Highway?
Yes.
Okay. And whose signature is on that receipt?
Mine.
Okay. So did you, for lack of a better term, did you get a room, you pay for a room for Megan for that night at the Econo Lodge?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer that as exhibit number 83.
Full exhibit 83.
I don't need that one. I don't need it. Okay. Do you remember why you got a room for Megan that night?
She said that with everything going on, she just wanted to get away.
Okay. Did you stay there with her that night, or did she stay there alone? Or
No, I didn't stay with her. I just dropped her off.
okay. All right. Please answer any questions the defense attorney has for you. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for today. I have to give you certain admonitions every time we end the proceeding for the day. You're not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with the trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about this case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any jury member or a juror's violation of the court's admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. And you're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in the trial. We'll go with the officer. One stand, please.
Maybe seated, thank you.
All right. Ms. Hawkins, you'll have to come back tomorrow. We'll start at 9 o'clock. Do not discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. And I'm going to ask that you not watch any of the live stream or replay of today's testimony. So that the record is clear, and I didn't want to say this necessarily in front of the jury. Exhibit 69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82 were entered as full exhibits over the objection of the defense. And their objection is no good for the
Get those numbers, you know, what we're addressing that.
69, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, and 82. We'll be in recess till the case, the jury till 9. We'll be back here at 30 minutes.
So have the witness come back at 9 to be ready at
Yeah,
9.
the witness come back. I think that's what I told her.
Okay.
Court stands in recess.
Jean, you better ask me that question.
All right, guys. Well, I guess I will see you guys at 8 o'clock in the morning. On my side, it'll be 9, I guess, for Eastern, and I don't know, I'm clueless after that.
Yeah, I'm not going to be up that early. So sorry.
It's okay. It's okay, Mama Bear. No, you're fine. I wouldn't be up that early either if I didn't have a little boy that makes me.
Hopefully, I'll be able
Yes,
to be
I
on
will
time.
be. Okay. I mean, if not,
Cool.
it's okay. I mean, I'll be on here. I usually try to keep an eye on court TV just in case they do start early because you just don't know. But
They did.
yeah.
They
So
did.
I guess
They did a bit today. They didn't do a whole lot today, but they did a little bit. Got a little bit of a dent in it.
yeah, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and pause that so we don't catch on all that noise whenever we do this.
What's
All
everybody
right, guys.
think
Well,
about
thank
it?
you all for joining us. What do you guys think?
I think she's a cooked turkey.
Yep, I do too. What do you think, Mom?
Deep fried.
I think that they're taking their time with the witnesses, and I respect that.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to see this little bitch is guilty,
Right.
and I hope her titties are sweating in that ugly suit.
Oh, you know they are in that Hillary suit.
You did not have to give that visual out there, Mom.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm here to
God.
please.
No, and you know, she is definitely guilty. And I like that they did actually put her in some kind of suit so that you guys can see that it is normal sometimes for them when they go to trial. They don't have to wear that orange jumpsuit,
No, Walt. Don't even go there, Walt.
Sure, Walt. She
No,
might
she's
be
not
right.
hot, Walt.
Just sleep with one eye open, buddy.
She's hot.
I'm just
Everything
wishing
about
boob sweat on her.
Yeah, the hottest thing about her is that she's straight from hell. There you go.
Yeah,
Walt.
no shit.
Take it for that.
All right,
Thank you.
guys. Well, it has
Right,
been
all right.
it's been almost 9 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and end this. Dago, are you going to go live for any
Not-
reason?
I will. I'm planning on it here a little bit later.
Okay.
I got it. The boss just walked in. I got to do some things for her, but a little bit later.
Mom, you plan on going on later? Maybe.
Yeah, I'm out of StreamYard hours, so
Oh,
I'm gonna give Restream a try because I still can't get my Streamlabs. It did an update, and now all my shit's gone. So I got my collab cam to work, which is where you can pull other people up. But I can't get my chat. You know how you click on it and you highlight the chat. I can't get it to work, so I'm really frustrated with it, and I need Minnie to take the time and remote into my computer and figure out what the hell I did.
Well,
Aw.
what time are you gonna do it, Mom? If you go,
I don't know. It just depends on what's going on around here after I get off of here.
okay.
What time are you going on?
I have no idea. It just depends on whatever she makes. When she lets me off the chain, I'll be good.
Right, right. He's had a toothache all day, so
Oh no.
yeah,
Tell him
And
I
I
said
figure
I
out
hope
what
he
he's
feels.
doing.
I hope he feels better.
I
All
will
right,
tell
guys.
him.
Thank you all for joining us today. We appreciate each and every one of you. And then I'm going to end this and go spend some time with cute little 9-year-old boy, doing some homework, maybe catch a movie, something for a bit.
I
But
see
you
you,
guys
Storm.
have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you
You
guys for
too.
joining me on panel today. I greatly appreciate all of you.
Thank you for hosting this again, Doodle. I appreciate
Oh,
you.
you're welcome. No
Thank you,
worries.
Doodle.
You're welcome, Mama Bear. All right, guys, let's end this.
Does anyone understand? Does anyone lend a hand? When the silence starts to bite, will you join me in this fight? Can you see them in your dreams? Can you hear their desperate screams? A heartbeat lost in the night. Oh, will you help me be their voice? In the darkness, let's rejoice, 'cause together we can shine.